Good evening and welcome to the February 16th, 2021 public meeting of the Board of Education. I'm the board president, Melissa Ellis. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed live on AACPS YouTube channel. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of tonight's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue, we will notify you as soon as possible when a new meeting will be scheduled. The board attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. The virtual format of this meeting of the Board of Education is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public meetings, as well as the governor's and county executives' various executive orders limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, and allowing written public comments to agenda items to be filed with the board office and considered by the board. The board attorney has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and provides appropriate opportunity to observe the conduct of the board's public business consistent with prevailing best practices during this emergency situation and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act. Please pause for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and
and
justice
justice for all.
And now we will do a roll call of board members. Mr. Smith?
Here.
Ms. Schalheim?
Here.
Ms. Frank?
Present.
Dr. Tobin? Present. Ms. Corkadell?
Present.
Mr. Smith? Oh, I've got you on here twice. Are you Ms. Antwine? Ms. Antwine, can you hear us? We have Ms. Antwine with us on a device.
She looks frozen.
Yeah.
She froze right at the pledge. God bless.
Mr. Silkworth, we have you with us? Okay. We're going to take just a moment to work through this technical issue.
Remember there were a freeze frame.
And while we're waiting to work through that technical issue, I'll just go over a couple of things. To remind the public, we are meeting in person in the boardroom this evening. We are still closed to the public to not allow our number in one place to get too high, but we do hope to be welcoming the public back before too long. We're good? Oh, 2 minutes? Okay, my apologies. And for just for those who are wondering if there's any more information about our schools reopening, I have been told that we are moving forward as planned, as progress continues, and families can expect to hear from their individual schools. I know a lot of parents have had questions about their child's cohort and bus schedules and those types of things. That information will be coming very soon. And I'm sorry, we're going to pause for hopefully one more minute here, and then we'll get started. Okay, we're back. So next we have item 2.03, approval of the minutes. Do I have any questions, concerns, considerations, motions? Second. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the minutes. Do I have any dissent on adopting the minutes as written? All right, so by board consensus, the minutes have been adopted. Establish agenda order. Ms. Schalheim?
Yes. I move to amend the agenda to item 2.11, 2020-2021 Board of Education meeting, hearing, and workshop to the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have consensus to adopt the agenda item? Okay. Anything else for the agenda? So do I have consensus to adopt the agenda as now amended? Any dissent? Okay. We have adopted the agenda order. Recognitions. Dr. Arlotto, I believe you have something. And I'm not hearing you through the...
That would be because I'm muted.
Where's that mug you got?
You are absolutely right. I was muted. So thank you. Thank you, members of the board and public. This is, if you weren't aware, earlier this month was National School Counseling Week. As you know, our school counselors provide a unique contribution and have tremendous impact within our school community and for the success of our students. Over the years, the role of school counselor has expanded and moved well beyond the support of students in their academic and future career endeavors, and includes providing resources to ensure their social and emotional well-being. Counselors are prepared to work with their students on a variety of issues that range from class selection and future planning to the grief of losing a parent or facing the challenges of food and housing insecurity. Now more than ever, school counselors are a vital part of supporting the education and development of our students. Let's just take a minute to recognize, not just in February, but every day, the hard work and dedication of our school counselors. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. And yes, thank you to all of our school counselors. Item 2.06, the CRASS report. This evening we have Arusa Malik.
Good evening, President Ellis, Vice President Schalheim, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Arusa Malik. I'm a junior at South River High School as well as the CRASS Outreach Coordinator. On Saturday, 52 AACPS students will be attending the MASC 2021 legislative session. Our delegates will elect 2 finalists of the State Student Member of the Report and take stances on youth-related bills in the Maryland General Assembly right now. We are excited for 7 CRASC executive team members to be workshop presenters this year. CRASC will also host the Student Member of the Board information meeting on Wednesday, February 24th at 6 p.m. Interested juniors should attend to learn more about the nomination process, campaigning, election, and appointment. For more information and to access the Google Meet link, go to www.aacps.org/SMOB. Tomorrow, the CRASC executive team will hold our first virtual General Assembly from 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. The theme will be mental health, and the event will kick off with a guest speaker, Mr. Darren Ford from the Anne Arundel County Department of Health. 8 breakout room sessions were planned by officer teams on a variety of topics such as service, advocacy, stress management, and even happiness. We are very excited to see middle school and high school students from around the county tomorrow. Over the past few weeks, the CRASC Legislative Committee has submitted testimony in support of House Bill 418, prohibiting a person from displaying a symbol of hate on clothing, book bags, etc. CRASC also supported Senate Bill 427 with an amendment to include funding to provide menstrual hygiene products to students. CRASC submitted testimony in support of House Bill 132. If passed, this would allow students to access quality professional mental health help at a younger age without the consent of their parents. Finally, CRASC joined many student leaders from across the state to oppose House Bill 629, limiting voting rights of student board members across Maryland. On February 10th, the Let's Talk Justice team hosted over 40 students for the general meeting to have a discussion on mental health. The conversation was amazing and insightful. In fact, our next meeting in March will actually be a continuation of this very topic. The Let's Talk Justice Women's Rights Forum was held on February 8th. The forum link can be found on the AACPS YouTube channel and on the Let's Talk Justice webpage. Finally, we would like to thank families, teachers, school system staff, and Let's Talk Justice readers for making our President's Day Let's Talk Justice Reads event a huge, huge success. The Student Service Learning Leadership Team are designing an environmental-based service project for students from AACPS. Tomorrow's general meeting will be held at 3:30 p.m. and will introduce this month's Service Student Spotlight. In addition, students can attend to find out more about organizations such as the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, Serve Now, and Kenya Connect. For a full calendar of events for CRASC and Let's Talk Justice, please visit the respective web pages. CRASC is looking forward to next month, and we are more than excited to start seeing students back in the physical classroom as hybrid learning starts. We would like to extend a huge thank you to the teachers and AACPS students for all the hard work and planning that has gone into this transition. It is definitely not an easy task. We want to remind everyone to follow the proper guidelines set in place to keep us all protected. It's going to take all hands on deck. Wash your hands, wear a mask, and watch your distance. Thank you to all who listened, and stay safe, AACPS.
Thank you, Ms. Malik. Item 2.07, I understand we do not have a PTA report this evening. Item 2.08, CAC report, Ms. Tanisha Howard.
Thank you. Good evening, President Ellis, Vice President Sharon, fellow board members, and Dr. Alotto. My name is Tanisha Howard, Chair of the CAC, and on behalf of the CAC body, I am pleased to update the board on our activities. As background, the Citizen Advisory Committee, CAC, of Anne Arundel County Public Schools Board of Education is an executive committee made up of 13 clusters, together with an at-large, military, AACC, PTA, CCAC, and PIAC representative to make a 32-member panel. The CAC delivers input and advice on specific issues surrounding education throughout the county. The CAC executive leadership team is led by a chair, vice chair, secretary, and our staff liaison with the Office of School and Family Partnership. Under normal circumstances, our meetings are held at 2644 Reba Road, Annapolis, Maryland, on the second Monday of each month from 6:45 to 8:45. Our schedule is currently posted on our AACPS CAC website located under the board tab. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is Monday, March 8th. Given social distancing mandates and closure of AACPS facilities, the CAC will conduct our meetings virtually and will continue to ensure to provide ample time for notification and posting to our website, allowing for community participation. The CAC held its last meeting of the 2020-2021 school year virtually on Monday, February 11th. We would like to thank board member Robert Silkworth for joining. We are pleased to report these updates to the board tonight on our subcommittee work. On board policy areas, we have our student and gender identity subcommittee. Having their initial research completed in December 2020 for the board policy committee, this team research has been extended to provide insights and recommendations for stakeholder engagement, entailing groups and feedback, best practice for future board action, related policies and procedures, identifying and outlining, and best practices, including training recommendations. Secondly, our emergency plans, pandemic response, have identified 4 key areas from which policy recommendations will be derived. Research content and the compilation of the data is to occur over the next 2 weeks. Our last board policy area is student attire and personal appearance. The group was just activated during our February meeting, and we will be coordinating initial huddle to occur before the end of February. On our special advisory areas, hate and bias have determined a few focus areas, in particular microaggressions, micro insults, micro validations within the area of hate and bias, including determining a definition, determining and measuring, examining methods to address and impacts for handbook and policy. Student communication in clubs, looking at research surrounding equity, curriculum resources supporting engagement and courageous conversation on race, social justice and identity, and empathy framing. Implicit bias education, research resources and onboarding process for incorporation tools such as the Harvard Implicit Association test. Also, they are looking at the board performance audit for review for potential impact overall for hate and bias. We also have an additional group, the Wellness Lens, which is researching the underpinnings to date considered for, is this good for the whole child? So they are endeavoring to define the concept of whole child and have determined impact areas outlined as physical well-being, developmental well-being, social emotional well-being, cognitive and academic well-being, and financial resources. Another ongoing engagement is our student recess. CAC members continue to provide ideas for socially distant recess activities and any associated instruction process required considering safety. We will continue to engage with the ACPS recess work group supporting their goals. The CAC and its members remain committed to completion of the work and the delivery of the interim report within weeks. Accordingly, the CAC plans to tackle as a collective group our last board policy study, which is violence and vandalism. which means members will be working over the course of the next couple of months for completion for late April, early May. We would like to advise the board the CAC will turn its focus in April and May to CAC internal procedures and infrastructure for future committee standards and continuity measures. As with last year, we endeavor to provide the board with optimal time for nomination consideration and ensure smooth CAC member transition. Accordingly, we will begin the CAC member commitment for 2021-2022 school year process during March through mid-April. We strive to provide our best efforts and be a resource to the board to achieve our mandate with purpose, direction, and results. We look forward to the work still ahead, knowing our group is poised for success with its talented professionals and dedicated members. And I would like to say on a side note, we certainly appreciate the diligence the board has taken surrounding the reopening of schools. And I know our group is most excited at the reopening plans scheduled for later this month in March. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howard. Next, we have item 2.09, the policy committee update.
Thank you, President Ellis. The policy committee met on February 2nd. We reviewed two policies, policy EB on student nutrition services and policy DL concerning data governance. The committee voted to present these policies this evening for their first reading. The committee also voted to add one additional meeting to the schedule to be held in July to ensure sufficient time to gather information on upcoming policy priorities and plan for the coming year. And I want to thank my fellow board members on the committee, Ms. Antwine, Ms. Ellis, and Mr. Smith. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin. Next, we have the budget committee update. Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, the budget committee met this afternoon at 2:30, and all four members of that committee were present, including Ms. Corkadell, Ms. Frank, Mr. Silkworth, and myself. We're going to be talking a lot about budget later, so I'm going to yield the rest of my time to that discussion in a moment. Thanks.
Much appreciated, Ms. Schalheim. Next, we have item 2.11, the board 2020-2021 board meeting calendar. Ms. Schalheim.
I should have just stayed unmuted. Okay. Yes. So I move that the 2020-2021 board meeting, hearing, and workshop calendar be amended to reflect the following. The first meeting of the month begin at 12 p.m. with closed session beginning at 10 a.m. And the second meeting of the month will begin at 6 p.m. with a closed session beginning at 4 p.m.
Second.
Okay, so I will repeat. We have a motion and a second. Do we have anything, Ms. Frank?
I just wanted to see if this would be starting to take effect on March 3rd.
Yes, that's
Yes.
yes.
Great.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Schalheim?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that going to 3 a.m. benefits nobody, and this is in response to that.
I could not agree more. Okay, so I think we're ready for a vote. Ms. Howell?
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell, Ms. Antoine,
She can hear us. That's what I'm told.
Miss Antoine, Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Miss Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next, we have item 3, public comment. The first speaker we have this evening is speaking on item 5.02, items of legislation. We have Miss Alicia Williams.
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. There's a bill that has to do with sports in your items of legislation packet. It says that the AACPS is opposed to HB 0817, which is regarding sports. I just wanted to take the time to talk to you about your recent decision on it. My name is Elisha Williams, and I'm a junior at Arundel High School and a member of the National Honor Society Equity Leadership Council and basketball team. But the importance of sports expands further than it meets the eye. Sports is the reason that many kids look forward to coming to school each day, and it's a motivation for many students to want to excel. But more importantly, sports is a way for students to temporarily detach themselves from what feels like a dystopian reality, a chance for kids to lose themselves even for just a brief moment and get lost doing something that they enjoy. For many students, sports can play a major factor in their mental and emotional well-being. It has taught us valuable lessons that we apply in life, like an example being persistence. Arundel at one time was one of the worst teams in the country. And if you look at the work that each one of my teammates put in to better themselves as time went along, you'll see growth. This same growth that led to winning regionals for the first time in history last year with the intentions of winning state this year. The same habits built from playing sports are the same habits that continued outside of it. From sports, we promoted unity, determination, a want, and a desire. These same attitudes that we need to succeed in the real world. Furthermore, it felt like losing sports. We felt like we were losing a piece of ourselves. And we've seen examples of how we can properly manage this in a safe environment and manner. I believe with the proper handling, we can make winter season a reality for all Anne Arundel County schools for all winter sports. I'm more than willing to work with you to see it is handled appropriately. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have speaker on item 6.01, monthly financial status report. Mark Rubin.
Madam President, that speaker is not signed in.
Okay, those are the only two speakers I have scheduled for tonight. As a reminder, we were not taking live testimony this evening on the budget amendment items, as we've had two public hearings on that. And Ms. Howe, would you like to give us the record of the written testimony?
Yes, ma'am. We received 9 total written testimonies in advance of today's meeting. One was received prior to tonight's meeting, prior to the cutoff, I should say, and the 8 others were received after that cutoff. All were received in or delivered to you in advance of tonight's meeting for your review.
Thank you. And now I believe we're going to take just a brief recess as we are going to end the Zoom call format and continue the meeting in person.
Can you hear me? I can hear you guys. Can you hear me? Oh, you know, we have that connection, Michelle. Thank you. Thanks, Pat.
Consent items, award of contracts. Do I have a motion to bundle?
Motion to bundle.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a motion and a second.
Second.
Do we have consensus? No dissent? All right. So items 4.01 to 4.11 are now bundled. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, Madam President, thank you very much. I recommend the Board of Education authorize the award of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 4.01 through 4.11.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion to adopt. Do we have any board questions or discussion on any of the items? Ms. Schalheim?
Yes, just a little question about the student transportation one, item 4.11. This is super quick. When we re-enter or when we have renewals of contracts of this type, do we go through any sort of reevaluation of costs at that moment in time and try our best to get the most bang for our buck, as it were?
Yes, good evening.
It's not live. It's sounding.
Okay. Good evening, Alex Sheckman, Chief Operating Officer. The direct answer is yes. As a matter of fact, if you see the exhibit that's attached to the record document, you'll see that two of the groupings were deemed to be above fair market value costs, and therefore we did not award them. We will reissue those bids in an attempt to solicit more aggressive pricing for them.
Fantastic, thank you.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corcato,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, action items, item 5.01, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I recommend that the board approve the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
Do I have a motion?
So I move to I'm in a brain fire. I moved to do what Dr. Law just said.
Approve.
It's been a long day.
Second.
Do I have a second
That's it.
to do what Dr. Arlotto said.
Okay.
All
I
right.
like that motion.
Let's
I
have
like
more
it.
of those.
I like that motion.
Okay.
Maybe you can call my wife also. We can work that out at home too.
All righty. All right, Ms. Howe.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Let's keep the joy going.
You're
Aye.
good. You're good.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item 5.02, items of legislation. Dr. Arlotto, do we have Ms. Ortiz with us? Excuse me?
She's tied up in traffic.
Okay, should
I would. if we
Come
can
back?
move to the next item.
Yeah. We will come back to item 5.02 very shortly. Item 5.03.
Well, she's involved in 5.0.
Oh, she sure is. All right, we are on item 6.01, monthly financial status report. You weren't expecting to be back so quick. All right. Do we have any board questions, comments, discussion on the monthly financial status report? I see none. And my apologies, we're moving very quickly. So going to Mr. Cheknovich.
Yes, we're prepared to present the capital budget. We can move forward with that.
Oh, excellent idea. Thank you for the suggestion. So we are going to move on to item 7.01. Superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2022 capital budget and 6-year plan. We still have to pause a moment as Dr. Arlotto stepped out. He does have to give us his recommendation, but
If I may, Madam President, could I please proceed with my presentation and then we can ask the superintendent for his recommendation?
okay, absolutely.
Thank you. Again, my name is Alex Shaknovich. I'm Chief Operating Officer for Anne Arundel County Public Schools, here to present item 7.01. It is an action item tonight regarding the superintendent's recommended FY22 capital budget and 6-year plan. As the board recalls, this plan came before the board initially in September is required for the state submittal purposes, and the board adopted the budget at that time. We represented it in December as part of the introduction for the superintendent's overall budget submissions for the purposes of now transmitting it to the county executive and the county council. There are no material or substantive changes to the capital budget. There's no reordering. There's no new projects. The capital budget in total is requesting $234,509,000. And that's divided up into essentially two pieces directly, which is $187,850,000 from the county government, and an additional $46.659 million from the state government for the projects that are listed in the exhibit this evening. In addition to that, from the state of Maryland is in arrears by approximately $19 million for forward funding that Anne Arundel County government provided us with respect to the Crofton High School project and our North County Technology in Maryland Schools project. So in addition to the almost $7 million that I referenced, there was an additional outstanding amount. As you know, that the state of Maryland does issue capital funding award essentially in 4 phases. The state just met here this past week. We're awaiting the final results of that at the end of phase 2. There will be a third phase in April when the General Assembly concludes its work, and a fourth phase in late May, early June, before the County Council thankfully resumes so that we can deliver the final numbers with them. But again, with that, I will cease my presentation momentarily and turn it back over to you and the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chiknovich. Dr. Alada, you have a recommendation for the capital budget?
I do indeed. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I recommend board approval of the $234,509,000 capital budget and 6-year plan and any approved adjustments.
Second. So moved.
Or we have a motion? Second? Okay. My understanding is we have one amendment to read onto the record. Ms. Shawhan?
Yes, so just for the public out there tonight, I'll be reading in all amendments. There's one for the capital budget. There's a clear number for the operating budget. So here goes the amendment one and only for the capital budget. I move that to prioritize boiler replacement at Studio 39 within the maintenance backlog reduction line item.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any board discussion? Ms. Howe, would you like to call the vote?
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Shawheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadow,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
There are no additional amendments for the capital budget? And we have a motion. So the capital budget has been amended. Do we have a motion to adopt the capital budget as amended?
Yes, I move to do so.
Second.
Okay. Any questions, discussion? Ms. Howe?
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Shawheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadow,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
So keeping me on my toes, I want to make sure, my understanding is we have items 5.02 to 5.03, 5.04 still to cover, and we currently still waiting on Ms. Ortiz, correct?
That's correct. If you'd like to begin the conversation among the board members on the items of legislation, we certainly can go through them. While we're waiting for Ms. Ortiz, that's the board's prerogative.
We can attempt. I imagine there could be some questions that would need Ms. Ortiz. I don't know, but
I pale in comparison in her knowledge, but I'm certainly
okay.
willing to give it a try and carry a conversation while we're waiting for her arrival.
All right, we'll give it a try. So item 5.02, items of legislation. Do we have any board members with? Okay, I'm going to do a round robin on this one just in case, make sure we catch everyone who has anything. Mr. Smith? Ms. Shawhan?
Yes, I just wanted to express my gratitude. There she is. Welcome.
And pause one moment. Ms. Ortiz, we had just started the items of legislation, just letting you know where we are. Welcome.
So
apologies, I was on for 8:15, so I wasn't expecting it to go this fast.
hopefully there's,
I'll take that as a compliment.
yes.
Yes, I like this. This
Yes.
class is great. It's wonderful.
So I just wanted to express my gratitude again for your work on this. I know a lot goes into it, but also I wanted to express my gratitude to the Maryland General Assembly, both the delegates and the senators who overrode the governor's veto and approved the blueprint for Maryland's future. This is transformative. It's incredible. I know that this doesn't happen in a vacuum. I know a lot of lobbying from you and your colleagues go into this. And so if anyone from the MGA is listening over there in the universe, thank you for what you've done for us and our children. It does not go unnoticed. I know that was a heavy lift, and I'm grateful.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. The House and Senate officially overrode the blueprint for Maryland's future, which is a big, huge, transformative education bill that we supported with amendments last year. And so that will go into effect in like 30 days from the date of the official override. The governor, sorry, I'm a little out of breath because I was running over here, issued his supplemental budget, which includes 150 billion, probably 150 billion, the funding for the blueprint, essentially. I can't remember the exact amount. So he did include that in his supplemental budget. And so there will be another bill that will be sort of corrective in nature to deal with the dates, right? Because the expectation was that the blueprint was passed last year. And so if the governor had not vetoed it, certain things would have already been moving forward. So there will be legislation to deal with that and maybe some other smaller things.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Ms. Frank, do you have any?
No, I didn't have any questions. I did really appreciate your statement that you made on HB 0753, the peaceful demonstrations. It's a shame that we have to point out that you have to be safe on school buses, but I'm glad that you included that.
Yeah, that's, obviously we support our students peacefully demonstrating, but safety is of paramount concern as always. And even a peaceful protest on a moving bus could create some safety issues. So we had some concerns about that.
Thank you. And I'm glad we're not meeting at 1 a.m. this time.
Me too.
Dr. Tobin? Ms. Corkadell?
Yeah, just one quick question. And we've already adopted this, so it's just more of a clarification. HB 0566 on the virtual schools.
Oh, yeah.
I did a click literally right here while we were on the dais. Is this expecting to pass? Because I don't recall seeing this prior, but I know it has relevance to the COVID year. Is this looking like it has legs? Because it may affect our budget after all.
Yes, so that's a great question. Thank you. And we've had an iteration of this bill in previous years, and we've always opposed it because we can do that now, right? Like we don't need the legislature to pass a law to allow us to do virtual schools and to have to, kind of put together and create this whole virtual school that, quite frankly, we don't feel that we need at this point in time. Is, as you said, would impact the budget, right? It would be very costly to do that. And so, no, I don't think this bill will be moving forward. There's another one that was just recently introduced as well, dealing with higher education and public school, primary and secondary education, which is similar. And I do not foresee either of those bills passing. However, I'm on it, monitoring it, my colleagues and I, just to make sure that we're expressing, our positions on legislation.
So then my follow-up question would be to Dr. Alato does your proposed budget on the virtual learning that would meet that obligation if this legislation were to pass, or are we already meeting the minimum standard of this legislation? Because oftentimes we oppose because we're already doing it and it's a mother, as opposed, since we're already doing it, why mandate it? But in this case, is that what Could you explain that more?
Yes, ma'am. So thank you for the question. So yes, built into the recommendations that I have before you is, and we attempted this last year. Of course, we were not funded to the degree we would have liked last year because of the COVID situation we in the county were in, as well as the state. And so it didn't get through the budget process last year. We reintroduced it this year to begin to build virtual school for our students. We now, looking back on it, we were a little ahead of the game. We didn't know COVID was coming and we would have to do this anyway. So it does meet some of the letter and spirit of this legislation, but not fully. This legislation would require school systems to offer virtual school at all grade levels. Our plan is to begin at the middle school grade level and build from there through into the high school level. And then we may very well get to the elementary. But it would not meet the full letter of this because this asks that school would require school systems to build virtual school at all grade levels.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, President Ellis, I have one question that I failed to ask.
Go ahead, Dr. Tobin.
Yes, Ms. Ortiz, I wanted to ask you about HB 0496, Mental Health Services, the Counselors Not Cops Act. And I really just wanted to know your sense of how likely that bill is to pass, because it too has potential budget implications for us. So possibly in a good way, but.
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are three primary school resource officer legislation, SRO bills this session. One is a Senate bill that would just remove SROs from all schools. We opposed that. There's another one, House Bill 522, which we've supported ever since it's introduced, and it just codifies sort of the role of the SRO vis-a-vis the role of administrators. And that's the role of SROs now, so we've always supported that legislation. And just ensuring that SROs are not, making disciplinary decisions and things of that nature, right? Because that's not their role. And then there's this legislation, which we love the mental health piece of it, to provide $10 million in funding for additional mental and behavioral health services for our students. Our legislative program speaks on this. We as a school system have been have our work group, et cetera, doing lots of great things to try to meet the mental health needs of our students, working with our community partners and families. So it's a little long-winded, but this bill, of course, would then takes the statewide SRO funding and kind of moves it over. So what we're saying is fund both of them, right? Because we do agree that SROs do have a valuable role in schools, although we do understand that there are some issues, and that increased training, as I stated in the position, is we support that. We support all of those things to make them even better SROs and to minimize any potential, negative experiences for students. So we understand that, that can be controversial for some people. That being said, I think that out of those three bills, the one, House Bill 522, which we support, probably has the most chance of moving forward. I did find it interesting that in the big police reform legislation that was supported by the leadership in the General Assembly did not speak on SROs. And so that could be a couple things, right? They could have said, oh, we'll let the education committees handle it. But I did find that interesting that that was not included. And so perhaps this bill could pass in some form. I personally do not see it. My colleagues and I, we've discussed it, don't see that it would pass in its current form, and removing that. Anne Arundel County government gets some funding from this, but some of our small jurisdictions, they would be really impacted because that's how they pay for their SROs. See, our SROs are county police officers, and we have an MOU with them, and we collaborate with the county police department. But in some school systems, that's how they pay. So I just think that that would be concerning to many legislators, as it is for us. You're welcome.
Ms. Antwine? Do you have anything for the items of legislation? You have. Saw her moving.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So are we still on the one with the mental health and the SROs?
Any of the items of legislation that you would like to address with Ms. Ortiz or Dr. Arlotto? You can certainly address that one.
I couldn't hear.
Out of the items of legislation, any of them that you would like to discuss or ask questions of Ms. Ortiz or Dr. Arlotto? Can you hear me?
No, I heard Ms. Ortiz share about the positioning on the mental health and SROs, and I'm in agreement with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Silver?
I have nothing. I thank you so much, though, for the great work that you're doing for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have nothing additional, but it's lovely to see you bright and early.
Thank you. I don't look so tired, and my makeup isn't a hot mess, and much nicer, friendlier disposition.
Well, thank you for scrambling to get here. So that will close out item 5.02, and now we have 5.03, Student Nutrition Services Whole School Code EB Policy First Reading.
Yes, so, and for the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel, the Division of Food and Nutrition Services is bringing Policy EB, Student Nutrition Services Whole School, before you on first reading. This policy was last updated on September 7th, 2017. The policy has been amended to provide clarity on the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention whole school model. You'll find that additional language in the purpose paragraph. And the policy was also amended to include information regarding the AACPS free and reduced meals application. This policy will be on the AACPS website for a 30-day public comment period, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes, I was delighted to see this policy, but I guess it's not a but. I have questions about how we as a school system consistently address food allergies, because it's a very, very, very big deal, and some of our schools have even won awards for the work that they've done with that. And I was wondering if there was any room in this policy to add to. I'm not suggesting amendments tonight, y'all, so don't panic. But I will be next time around, depending on what you have to say about how we're addressing food, supporting students with food allergies in a consistent way across the county.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I've actually had some of those things, come my way with questions. And so certainly, food allergies are things that are considered. My daughter, for example, has allergies to certain foods, and so I don't have specific information on exactly. I don't know if Dr. Levo would be able to weigh in on, what sort of guidance is given to schools, but there is definitely guidance because I have shared it with individuals. But if you have some specific language, just to make it clearer to ensure that, there is consistency. I know that Jody Rizzi, unfortunately, couldn't be here this evening. She and her team are amazing, and always the health and safety of our students in every way, and even with food and nutrition is of utmost concern for her and her staff. And so I can certainly chat with her about any potential language that you have, and I can help you craft something, that you could present in second reading.
I would really love that. We've honored schools in various forums in the past that have done, or I should say, we've honored volunteers who have done this sort of work at various schools around the county, and this would be an amazing opportunity to codify that in policy.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add is obviously, we have students that have all kinds of allergies, so being able to meet every single student's needs, or to, I want to say meet, we will meet their needs to ensure that, students are not, for example, they sit at a separate table if there's like nut allergies or things of that nature, right? Those students are currently identified and they have the ability to ensure to sit like in a nut-free area or dairy-free area, that sort of thing. So my only, I don't want to say caution, but kind of caution would be that we just need to make sure that we don't put something in policy that would be kind of impossible to meet, because if a student has, a dairy allergy, then would we just not serve dairy at all in schools, and how feasible is that sort of thing,
Yes, of course. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Those are just some things to consider, but like I said, I'd be happy to work with you on some, just a nice statement that would
Yes, that
work
would
well
be
in
great.
policy.
Yeah, all within the realm of practical and implementable and not
Yeah.
outrageous. Yes, thank you so
Excellent.
much. I
Thank
look
you.
forward to working with you on
Sure.
this. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Ms. Corkadell?
Yeah, just really quick. I know we're in a hurry. Ms. Ortiz,
Yes.
item, section C, subsection 2. So if it's at any particular school, whether it's high school or elementary school, would be starting right around the 8:30 hour, that would put them at 10:30. And then if they're following their lunch schedule for that day, that sometimes that's already starting, would need to start right away for lunches. Would that get in the way on a 2-hour delay as it relates? Because it says both shall serve breakfast and lunch on every school day. And so I just wanted to make sure that, does that get in the way? Does our current practice get in the way of the new policy, or do I just not understand our current practice?
No, you're understanding correctly. Yes, if there's a 2-hour delay, then those breakfasts and that lunch, those times could get shifted. Absolutely. That could be a possibility. And it could be that the breakfast is eliminated on that day. And because sometimes those students are coming in right into lunch on a 2-hour delay.
So was its language force a change in that? Because the way I read it, that would, but.
We can add something as, what do we normally add? I'm trying to remember, as practicable as possible or something like
Yeah,
that.
I just want to make
Just
sure
to
we're
account
not.
for, no, totally understood. You don't want anybody accusing us of not doing what we're supposed to be doing. So I can certainly, that's a technical thing. That's something that we add, to kind of give us a little bit of opportunity in the fact, when you have a
This
situation
would
that's
be
a 2-hour
attacked
delay. Yeah,
or expanded on in regs, just the thought. And then-
absolutely. Yep.
And then the other quickie was on C5. Does that statement change any rules as it relates to vendors during sporting events? Because it says on school on school property or school sponsored. So we have a lot of Recs and Parks folks playing tournaments and stuff on our property, and they bring in food trucks and other types of things. Is there anything in this subsection 5 or in its proposed regulations that would change the dynamics for Recs and Parks or for our visitors for, let's say, a STEM fest or something like that?
No, that's a great question. So we have another policy. It's, I think it's a.
Yeah, I know there's a corresponding.
Right. So
yeah, I just wondered if
that goes into greater detail about how exactly food is to be served and during the school hours, the school day. And so this language isn't consistent because in that policy, it is clear that, after school hours, there are different rules for versus what we're doing during the school day and providing to students during the school day. And so, as I'm sure many of you know, these rules come from the federal government, and so those are the guidelines that we follow. And so in that other policy, that really breaks down sort of like, how we serve food, when we can serve food, and
So it just
the
doesn't
different
change
hours.
it.
No, it
I
does
just
not.
wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that we
that's a
didn't
good
have- that
question.
We're not going in one to the other. That's all. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Okay. Next we have 5.04 Data Governance Code DL, new policy first reading.
Yes, so the Division of Technology is bringing you this new policy, DL, data governance, before you on first reading. So this new policy was created to codify existing ACPS best practices surrounding data governance, and these best practices are also aligned with state law and Maryland State Department of Education guidance on student data governance. And so this policy will be on the AACPS website for a 30-day public comment period, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anyone? Ms. Antwine, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you, and again, my apologies for keeping you
No,
waiting.
please don't apologize.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you.
And now we have item 7.02, Superintendent's Recommended Fiscal Year 2022 Operating Budget. I just want to start out to say a few words, a little bit of just procedural items. So the operating budget, first of all, I want to just remind everyone, particularly the public who's listening, what has taken place to bring us to this point. So in December, Dr. Arlotto, our superintendent, recommended the operating budget for the upcoming school year. And since that time, board members have had a very lengthy document to look through very carefully and begin to formulate their questions and thoughts on it. And since that time, we've had a workshop to ask a lot of our questions of the staff. We have had 2 public hearings so that we could hear from the community on this important budget. And since that time, because board members are always listening and formulating their own thoughts, board members do throughout this period reach out to staff with additional questions to help them clarify once they have heard from the public and others. So it's just to summarize, every member of the board has gone through a very, very thoughtful process to get to where we are today. And during that time, there have been, I believe, 26 amendments formulated for the board to now consider this evening.
24.
24. Okay. And so we're going to start out with a presentation and the superintendent's recommendation. And then at that point, Ms. Schalheim will read onto the record every proposed amendment. And then we will go back and discuss each in turn until we get through the last amendment. So just want to bring us all together on the same page, how we got to where we are right now. And so shall I turn it to you, Mr. Cheknovich?
Certainly. Thank you and good evening. My name is Alex Cheknovich, Chief Operating Officer. I'm joined this evening by Mr. Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations. And we're here to present Item 7.02, which is an action item this morning, this afternoon or evening, actually, Madam President.
All
It's
three.
been long. Yeah, it's been long.
Not morning.
Long time coming. So we're going to bring you up to date with the change of conditions since December 16th when we last met and the superintendent formally presented his budget. There is a graphic up on the screen. It's also been uploaded into Board Docs, so everybody should have access to it. So quite simply, those items that are highlighted in yellow represent a change from the initial recommendation made by the superintendent. And we do this annually because between the month of December when the superintendent makes his recommendation and now when the board meets to review that budget, a big important thing happens, and that's called the governor has dropped his budget. It's made his budget presentation for the entire state, inclusive of the educational arena. So at this time annually, we bring the new numbers, the revised numbers forward based on what the governor had recommended. Remember, it is a recommendation of the governor. He does have a lot of executive control in the budgetary arena. So while there can be some changes, there frequently are not many changes, at least on the operating side of the budget. So taking a look at the exhibit that's before you, in terms of our unrestricted revenue from the federal government, there were no changes, and therefore you'll see that there's not a highlighted element there. From the state government in our unrestricted budget category, we'd initially anticipated just over $6.1 million from the state government in unrestricted operating dollars, mostly the foundation funding. That got reduced within the governor's budgetary recommendations by approximately $5.3 million. That reduction then, instead of us receiving approximately $6.14 million from the state, will leave us receiving about $840,649. Again, a reduction of $5,306,401. As is customary at this stage, any reduction or any increase, depending on which flavor it is on any given year, is offset against the general county government, which is the line directly below. This year, the state had a decrease in funding, which means that the delta funding decrease got shifted proportionally or dollar for dollar over to the county. So initially, when Dr. Lotto made his recommendation back in the 16th of December, we were asking for $46.16 million from the county government. That is increased by that $5,306,401 figure I referenced earlier. So the new recommended request from Anne Arundel County government is now $51,462,045. There are no adjustments in the local funding category or the fund balance category. And because the state and county numbers directly dollar for dollar offset, you'll see there is no change then in terms of the unrestricted general fund requests. It remains the same, absent those two internal reductions. We did, however, receive some positive news on the restricted side of the budget, and that is essentially that the executive branch of the state, the governor, released a significant portions of the blueprint funding that was recommended for FY22. Remember that the bill was vetoed, so it was not compulsory that those dollars needed to be included, but the executive branch made the decision to release a significant portion of the funding, and I'll cover that in a second. So initially, we were anticipating receiving about $687,800 from the state in terms of all total from restricted grants. That is now increased by $12,095,500 to a new total of $12,783,300. Again, almost all of that has to do with decisions at the state level. And principally, that funding really falls into three main areas. There's about a $250,000 increase in the Judy grants. There's about a $747,000 increase in the concentration of poverty schools. But the real big one is a $9.6+ million increase in state funding that aligns with the blueprint recommendation for supplementary instruction and tutoring. So that is the bulk of how we arrive at that figure. Nothing again changes with respect to the food service fund or the healthcare internal service fund. Therefore, at the bottom line, where we had initially had a total request of $52,260,994, our new request, which is increased by that $12,095,500 figure I referenced earlier, you'll see our new total year over year, that being FY22 over FY21 increase, is $64,356,494. And at the very bottom of the page, you'll see on a percentile basis, whereas the superintendent's initial recommendation was for 3.97% year over year increase, that is now a 4.89% increase, but again, all attributable to restricted, AKA grant funding. There is no change in FTE or positions at all. And with that, Madam President, we've concluded our brief introductory remarks, and we'll turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you. So Dr. Arlotto, you have a recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I recommend approval of the operating budget and any approved adjustments.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to move forward with the operating budget. And now I will turn it over to Ms. Schalheim to read onto the record the proposed budget amendments.
Okay, so as President Ellis stated earlier, these amendments were crafted by various members. We're going to, none of what I'm reading is going to be attributable to a particular member. It's all the board's amendments, and I'll read all of them in now, and then we will go back to Amendment 1 under the operating budget and start debating that one. So Amendment 1 is decrease contracted services professional development line within the equity and accelerated student achievement budget, page 39, by $3,000 to reflect FY21 levels. Amendment 2, decrease other charges professional development line within the Associate Superintendent for School Performance budget, page 59, by $28,050 to reflect FY20 levels. Amendment 3, decrease other charges professional development line within the Regional School Performance budget, page 61, by $28,147 to reflect FY20 levels. Amendment 4, decrease contracted services professional development line within the school management budget, page 65, by $15,000 to reflect FY19 and FY20 levels. Amendment 5, decrease other charges professional development line within the Safe and Orderly Schools budget, page 81, by $5,031 to reflect FY19 levels. Amendment 6, decrease other wages and salaries, teacher stipends, instruction line within the Safe and Orderly Schools budget, page 81, by $59,348 to reflect FY20 levels. Amendment 7, decrease other charges professional development line within the Professional Growth and Development budget, page 103, by $12,394 to reflect FY20 levels. Amendment 8, decrease other charges professional development line within the Career and Technology Education budget, page 113, by $8,948 to reflect FY19 levels. Amendment 9, decrease other charges professional development line within the instruction budget, page 123, by $5,953 to reflect FY19 levels. Amendment 10, decrease other charges professional development line within the curriculum assessments budget, page 141, by $3,806 to reflect FY19 levels. Amendment 11, decrease other charges professional development line within the advanced placement budget, page 165, by $6,516 to reflect FY19 levels. Amendment 12, remove all positions and non-position costs associated with the virtual learning and home instruction office program enhancement, page 387. Sorry. Amendment 13, decrease other charges professional development line within the AVID budget, page 183, by $14,250 to reflect approved FY21 levels. Amendment 14, decrease the proposed additional teachers for class size reduction from 129 to 100. Amendment 15, add additional funding in the employee compensation placeholder of $11,877,910 to align salary step with experience step for Unit 1 and Unit 2 employees whose salary step is lower than experience step, with the following conditions. Movement stops at steps 25 regardless of experience level. Does not apply to employees currently on step 25. Amendment 16, increase substitute teacher daily compensation by $20 to $130 per day. Amendment 17, increase permanent substitute teacher daily compensation by $20 to $160 per day. Amendment 18, add 3 additional community ambassadors. Amendment 19, add 7 additional school counselors to the superintendent's recommendation. Priority for placement given to Piney Orchard, which currently has a counselor to student ratio of 793 to 1, followed by the 5 Title I schools, Glen Burnie Park, Mills Pearl Park, Point Pleasant, and Rippling Woods, that have counselor student ratios that exceed 500 to 1, and the 4 other elementary schools, Davidsonville, Four Seasons, I already said Piney Orchard, Ridgeway, and Watchapel, with ratios that meet or exceed 600 to 1. Amendment 20, add 5 additional social workers. Amendment 21, add 7 additional school psychologists. Amendment 22, add 3 additional English language acquisition teachers and 2 additional bilingual assistants. Amendment 23, add $400,000 to increase student achievement in literacy. Additional funding will support literacy training for staff, literacy materials, and literacy activities for students and staff to support literacy initiatives. Amendment 24, add $5,000 to the Board of Education's budget, page 27, for awards and recognitions. So returning to Amendment 1. Okay, so within this first group of amendments are cuts. And within the cuts, there are several amendments that tackle an over the same line item, although on different pages and in different departments. And so I'm going to move that we bundle amendments 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 13, because they all tackle professional development.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. So now board discussion. I would recommend if any board members have a particular item that they, may look at differently than the other items, now would be the time to pull
Point of
that one.
information, President Ellis, could we get that? I mean, we only got like one rattle off of that. Could we go over which ones we're proposing to bundle again? Because I only heard it once and I don't know if I got them all.
Certainly. So they would be amendments 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 13. But I have ones that I would want to pull out of that grouping personally. So I don't know if now's the time to address that or not.
Yep. So to make it clear, there were several proposed amendments dealing particularly with the professional development line. And so the proposal was to bundle those amendments. But if there is a particular of those amendments that you would like to look at separately, now would be the time to propose pulling those out. Ms. Schallheim?
So I propose that we look at 4, 8, 9, and 13 separately from the rest.
I have a second on pulling those out and bundling the rest.
President Ellis, before we go any further, I think the document I have or I'm reading off of, the amendments are out of order. Can Ms. Howell share, I guess, the new one to match the order? Because it's kind of confusing to keep up.
It would be easier if board members can scroll through the amendments on their own and the document that.
So I think I see the problem. To make this a presentation as opposed to a Word doc, I moved everything from the Word doc to a Google slide deck. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to email everybody in this room so that we're all working from the same page. Is that helpful? I hope that's helpful.
So Ms. Schallheim will now email the current amendments document as was just read on the record to board members. And
my apologies, and we can debrief how we can do this better next time if needed.
no worries. Yes, it would make it much easier for discussions like this that we are all able to see the amendments as numbered. So that is going to Ms. Howell too.
And she already has it, but I will send it to her again to be sure. Are you good? Because it's what we went over earlier, or because you don't have a computer in front of you. You're good. Okay. I will send it to Roger.
We should have,
Yeah, go.
in terms of what's on the screen, and I believe we have the accurate amendments.
Yes, but if board members want to scroll through them as we discuss, I'm just sending it all now. It'll just take one more second. So, and this went to you as well, Dr. Arlotto. So it's a Google slide deck, and it's coming to you as an email right at this moment.
Madam President, while that's happening, Ms. Howell and I just want to make sure that we're clear. Are we still talking about pulling the 4 amendments out of the bundle? That's still the discussion on the table?
That's the discussion right now.
Thank you.
Just giving everyone a chance to receive and open the document. I have mine. So now the document that was just emailed is the document that now is on the screen, which is helpful for board members because as we're discussing, one amendment may affect another as a board member is considering. So this gives board members a chance to scroll back through if they need to.
So what I could do, if it's helpful, is I could go back and read the ones that we proposed bundling, and then the ones that I'm proposing we pull out of that bundle.
I think you can read the amendment numbers for the ones that are proposed to be bundled, and then the ones that you want to remove if you want to read those.
Absolutely. So using the slide deck that we all now have access to, and I can see that a lot of us are in that file, it's amendments 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 13. And that was motioned and seconded. And then I am motioning that we remove from that bundle 4, 8, 9, and 13 to discuss separately.
Point of clarification. Amendment 1 wasn't listed in either one of those.
Joe votes.
There's 2 amendment 1s. The capital and then for this segment.
Well, you're right. First, you're right. Let's see here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was, it's all under the same premise. So it was motioned and seconded. You're right. Good catch. So I think we're all on the same.
Yep.
We're going to get there, guys. It's only 7:35.
So we have a motion to bundle the just read amendments, and then Ms. Schallheim has proposed bundling all except for 4, 8, 9, and 13.
Actually, it's going to be 1, 4, 8, 9, and 13.
1, 4, 8, 9, 13.
Yeah.
Do we
Are
have
we-
a,
So we have 2 bundles, or we're just removing them?
so the first motion was to bundle.
Bundle, bunch.
And basically, this is an amendment to that motion, is to pull out 1, 8, 9, 13.
1, 4, 8, 9, and 13.
Sorry, 1, I have it right in front of me. I just skipped over it. So if we have a second to bundle all the items first read with the exception of 1, 4, 8, 9, and 13. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, we have a second on that. So unless there's any discussion, we can just go ahead and vote on bundling 2, 3, 5, 7, 10, and 11, correct? No discussion? Ms. Howe?
Is everybody clear?
Wait, the last numbers you read, we're bundling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13.
There, but then we had a motion and a second to remove some of those for a separate discussion?
And then we're removing 1, 4, 8, 9, 13.
Correct. So the gist of it is that we were bundling 2, 3, 5, 7, 10, and 11.
Great.
All right. Ms. Howe?
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Oh, she's giving a thumbs up.
A thumbs up.
It's her audio bad again.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, so I think we have items bundled. We'll go ahead and dispose of those, and then we'll go back to 1. Does anyone wish to speak to the bundled items, bundled amendments? Or will we just vote?
So I just had a quick question. So the decrease to the professional development, I guess why? The decrease to the professional development, just why was that proposed?
Does anyone want to speak to that?
I can speak to that. So the thought was that we were just, I thought overall the budget was pretty good. But there were a couple of areas where we grew. And in some cases, they grew with one person in that particular department. So instead of, I'm not cutting the budget, I'm just suggesting we roll them back to the FY19 or FY 2020 actual expenditures that we have. I'm not suggesting that we make any cuts to our previous budgets, though.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or discussion? No questions for staff? Dr. Alato, would you like to speak to the
I would.
amendment?
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity. As you are discussing the professional development, I just want to make a couple of general comments. If we want to talk about the specific amendments and the specific departments they'll impact, certainly glad to do that. But there are a couple things to keep in mind. One is that any increase that you see in the professional development line items are not new monies that we are asking for from the county or the state. They are monies that each department, as they are going through and looking at their spending or future spending, rearrange their budgets from within. So it's not new monies for that department, it is the department rearranging their current funds and what they feel they need most in the upcoming FY22 fiscal year or the next school year. Likewise, you'll see as you go through it, and I know you did carefully, as you're comparing a request of FY22 to what was requested for FY21. We haven't gotten to the end of FY21, so we don't know what that full spending will be. And FY20 was also impacted as a result of COVID. So we don't have full numbers to make that fair comparison. So it was left to the directors and department heads as they are building their budgets, as they're looking to support their people, and whether it's a single person in a department or multiple people in a department, professional development is typically delivered out to the schools, the teachers and staff in the schools and around the school system. So those are just a couple of general comments I wanted to make as you are thinking about this work around professional development. This is important for us. Professional development is not something we get enough of in the world of education, because we simply spend most of our time appropriately with our children in the classroom. And so when we can get the opportunity to take advantage of professional development, we want to do that. I know that our teachers and staff continue to clamor for more each and every year, and we work diligently to provide them those additional resources. This upcoming year in particular, as we get into, say, more use of the virtual environment, and we'll need professional development, for example, to bring on board our learning management system will be a big piece of the pie as we are developing our plans for professional development. So those are just some general considerations for you. Glad to talk about the specifics, but I thought that was important for you to understand as you deliberate these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alato. So we still are discussing the bundled amendments. Is there any more board discussion or questions?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that I was very careful in looking through this. I didn't refer, and none of these amendments refer to FY21, because I did understand that we have no way of knowing what our actuals would be, and to give the school system the benefit of the doubt in a very strange year, whichever year our actuals were more, either FY19 or FY20, I went with the larger spend and just rolled us back to that level. In addition, the professional developments, all but one, I believe, that I looked at, they were not us developing with teachers, they were departments developing within themselves. And I think that's a pretty good distinction that I wanted to make.
Okay, Ms. Corkadell?
Are we able to get totals for the bundle? Like, how much does this add up
Yes,
to?
I added it up.
For the modified bundle, the approved one.
Yep,
Yeah.
the current one.
Right, so the total for 2, 3, 5, 7, 10, and 11 is $83,944. I used a calculator, so I hope that I'm.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Shawn.
$83,944.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's helpful, thank you. Okay, we ready to vote? I do want to check in with Ms. Antwine. You're with us. Do you have any discussion on the current bundled amendments?
She's talking, but we can't hear.
Are you on mute? Thank you. That's why I checked in. I wanted to make sure we weren't. One moment. We're going to have a. Right. So we are going to have to pause. This is very important that every member participates.
It could be the Wi-Fi line issue.
Santwine, can you hear?
We cannot hear you. Yeah. Hold on. We still cannot hear her, but she can now hear us.
We're going to take a brief recess to do some readjustments.
When it starts funneling and unfunneling and trying to fast. If we would have just voted on it further along. I'm thinking of the thing. Radar.
We are back. Ms. Antwine, we have you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear?
Yes. Ms. Antwine, we had just finished going around discussing the bundled amendments. Do you have anything?
I hate to do this to you guys, but I do need to clarify the ones we're bundling to go through what I have here.
We have bundled amendments 2, 3, 5, 7, 10, 11. And so
And that's at the cost of $53,944. What I got.
80.
If we
is it
bundled
80,
it.
I had 83,000.
83,000.
Am I wrong?
Okay.
Oh,
And
No,
it's
she was
mostly
up from you.
Okay, good.
it's mostly a decrease in professional development.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Ms. Howell, we are ready to vote on the bundled amendments.
As amended.
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Ms. Schalheim,
Nay.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
and Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
3 in the affirmative and 5 in the negative. Motion fails.
Okay, Ms. Schalheim, I'll let you keep going. So
Yeah, so, thank you, President Ellis. So we are back to the ones that we pulled out that were still under the professional development umbrella, and that is Amendment 1, and do I need to reread it, or should I?
I think as we're discussing an amendment, we should reread it.
All right, fantastic. So, Amendment 1 is decreased contracted services professional development line within the equity and accelerated student achievement budget, page 39 by $3,000 to reflect FY21 levels.
Okay, do we have any discussion on this amendment item? We're prepared to vote?
President.
Yes.
Oh, President Ellis, I have
Yep.
a question, please.
Go ahead.
It's definitely a small amount for a big budget, but I wanted to know how that would affect the actual division. With that 3,000, it could be a huge impact to the division that is being taken from.
Dr. Alato, would you like to answer?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So that line item in particular within the Department of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement, Ms. Antwine, is utilized for our annual conference, Unlocking Our Potential, where we have been able to bring in, that's during the summer, for roughly a little over 700 of our folks that we host at Northeast High School. We've had in the past. And we use that line item to bring in guest speakers, contracted guest speakers, to either speak and or deliver professional development to those in attendance at our annual conference.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Dr. Alato. That is an event I had the opportunity to witness, and it is a great way to kick off the school year. Ms. Frank?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, this was one of the few that I looked at the F121 levels and not, as I spoke before, to the 19 or 20. So I do want to clarify that one.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Ms. Howell, we are voting on Amendment 1.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Ms. Schallheim,
Nay.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell,
Nay.
Ms. Antwine,
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
1-7, motion fails.
Okay, moving along, we're now at Amendment 4. Again, this is decrease contracted services professional development line within the school management budget, page 65, by $15,000 to reflect FY19 and FY20 levels.
Questions, discussion? Ms. Schallheim?
I have a question for Dr. Alato about the impact this would bring to this department, and also about the budgeting process. Once again, this isn't new money, this is reslicing the existing pie, as it were. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, ma'am. So it is, it's not new monies that you see. There's not a line item in what you've seen before, the one pagers that were, where we're requesting additional monies, professional development in this area. This is the department head moving money around where they believe it will be best utilized or most needed in the upcoming fiscal year or the next school year. And to answer the first part of your question, Dr. McMahon might be able to help me out with this to make sure that I have it correct. But this particular line item is used for our English language learners. So we provide, it has to do with professional development for those that are providing sheltered instructional observation protocol that we use with our ESOL students, as well as work in dual language classrooms. So that's what this $15,000 would be utilized for.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Ms. Howe? Amendment 4, I believe, right?
Mr. Smith,
No.
Ms. Schallheim,
Nay.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell,
Nay.
Ms. Antwine,
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
1-7, motion fails.
Okay, now we're on Amendment 8 by my count. And this one is decrease other charges professional development line within the career and technology education budget, page 113, by $8,948 to reflect FY19 levels.
Amendment 6.
Amendment 6 wasn't part of the bundle because it's not.
we were bundled anymore.
No, I know, but it's not part of professional
Not part of it
development.
at all.
That's fine.
Yeah, we'll go back to that
We're
one.
doing the pullouts.
I'm sorry, we're on Amendment 8.
Yeah, so for clarification, we were tackling everything related to professional development, and these were the ones we pulled out of the bundle. We're gonna go back to 6 and 12 after we clear 8, 9, and 13 up or down.
Okay. So Amendment 8, any board questions or discussion?
I have a question for Dr. Alato again, as usual. Could you talk about what the impact of this particular line item is?
All right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about this. So you see this within the Career and Technology Education Department. And in particular, these funds are used for professional development for teachers that are teaching in Project Lead the Way, our pre-engineering program that we have in several of our high schools. To be part of that network of schools across the country, we are required to train new teachers in Project Lead the Way and the 4 different pathways. And then each summer they have to have updated training on the curriculum when their curriculum changes. So we are obligated to professionally develop those teachers that are teaching the Project Lead the Way programs in several of our high schools.
Any other board questions or discussion?
Yeah, just to be clear, this is not the teacher development, correct? This is the interdepartmental development that we're discussing. This is not the us teaching the teachers. This is the departments getting training for themselves.
So,
Dr.
Ms. Frank, for the record, Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations. So within those budgets, it can be either or. So there can be money budgeted in the Career and Technology Department to train teachers in schools on Project Lead the Way. So when you see a line item there, it could be training for staff in the department, or it can also be training for actual teachers. But that professional development line item is budgeted in the department itself.
Any other questions, discussion? Ms. Antoine, you can hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Thanks.
Yep. Ms. Howell, Amendment 8.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Ms. Schallheim,
No.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell,
Nay.
Ms. Antwine,
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
1-7, motion fails.
Alrighty, Amendment 9, decrease other charges professional development line within the instruction budget, page 123 by $5,953 to reflect FY19 levels.
Any board questions or discussion on this one?
Yeah, I just want to point out this was one of the departments that had 1.5 FTEs.
I'm sorry.
1.5 FTEs.
No other questions, discussion? Ms. Schallheim?
Can I ask about the impact, Dr. Alada, please?
Yes, ma'am. So in particular, this line item would provide professional development for not just this, the 1.5 people within this category, within this instructional budget, but within that, this office also oversees digital media, early childhood and school readiness, middle school English language arts, high school English and language arts, English language acquisition, elementary reading, social studies, and world and classical languages. So those departments can ask this director of instruction for professional development funds for their people, that it would then come out of this budget. It would be allocated to those individual programmatic areas.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? Okay, Ms. Howell, Amendment 9.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Ms. Schallheim,
No.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
3-5, motion fails.
Okay, we're on Amendment 13. This one is decrease other charges professional development line within the AVID budget, page 183 by $14,250 to reflect approved FY21 levels.
Board comments, discussion? Ms. Schallheim?
Again, I just want to make sure I have clarity about this. This isn't new money. This is, within the pot of money that they have, they've decided to allocate extra money within that pot to address professional development. Can you speak to the impact and if I'm still correct in my thinking on this?
Yes, ma'am. So you'll see that the actuals, so there's a couple points here. One is that this is for Avid. You're familiar with Avid. We are now adding a new school to our Avid program, and that's Crofton High School. And so part of the monies will go to professionally developing the staff at Crofton High School to implement the Avid program. Additionally, you'll see that FY20 and what was the actual expenditures of FY20 and the expenditures of FY22 would help us bring this better into line with actual spending from what we spent in FY20.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. Ms. Howe, amendment, I'm sorry, was it 13?
Yes.
Amendment
correct.
13.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Ms. Schulheim,
Nay.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell,
Nay.
Ms. Antoine,
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
1-7, motion fails.
All right, that dispenses of all the professional development related amendments this evening. We will go back to Amendment 6 within that first grouping of amendments under cuts. And Amendment 6 is decrease other wages and salaries, teacher stipends, instruction within the Safe and Orderly Schools budget, page 81, by $59,348 to reflect FY20 levels.
Mr. Silkworth?
I'd like to have Dr. Arlotta to weigh in on this, please.
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second to find it. Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. So this is, and this is something you'll be very familiar with, and maybe some of our other board members, but within the Office of Safe and Orderly Schools, we have the Charles Leisure Program. So the anti-tobacco, anti-drug use, bias-motivated behavior programs. So as students are engaged in any of those negative activities, there is a requirement that they participate in those programs. And so these are for teacher stipends, increased teacher stipends that teach those in after-hours programs to the students that are engaged in those areas.
Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you, President Ellis. If I could just get clarification on that, Dr. Arlotto. So the 59,348 is an addendum to the already existing funds that are in there, or is 59,348 a defunding of the stipends themselves? Can you clarify that? Because
Let me look at it again to make sure I'm looking at the right piece. 81.
because of the missing year, if we're spending more in there, because that's to comply with our policies on rehabilitation and restorative justice and restorative practices, and that's where they get the rehab, right?
It's not used specifically for restorative practices, but those other programs, yes. And what we are doing is what have been asked for, what, as you see, the expenditure in FY20 was it was almost $226,000. In 21, we had asked for an increase to match, because we knew that there was going to be an increase, or that we're seeing increased use of students, and therefore we needed to increase the number of staff trained to deliver those programs. And so that same match, we're asking FY22 to match exactly what we had asked for in FY21. We don't have an actual, obviously, for FY21, but we believe that there was going to be and will be an increase in use and increasing the number of teachers that will be able to deliver those programs.
So this is the same thing, like we're anticipating additional needs perhaps in the mental health category as well. This is in that same category bucket, so to speak, as far as anticipating provision of services specific target to students, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the money to that the teacher would be paid for the additional time that they're putting in.
Correct. This is for teacher salaries, teacher stipends to deliver those programs.
So so addiction, right? This is like that alcohol use and addiction.
Yes, ma'am. We have 4 programs that fall into this category. We have the alternative drug program, the anti-tobacco use program, the responsible action program, and the anti-biased motivated program.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or discussion? Ms. Howe, Amendment 6.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Ms. Schalheim,
Nay.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell,
Unfortunately, no.
Ms. Antoine,
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
1-7, motion fails.
Okay, so that brings us to Amendment 12. This will be the last of in the cut section. Remove all positions and non-position costs associated with the virtual learning and home instruction and office program enhancement, page 387 in your budget book.
President Ellis,
Yes.
in the interest of time, I think I would be willing to withdraw this motion.
Okay.
If the board accepts.
Is there anyone who, do we have consent, or does anyone wish to keep this amendment for discussion? Okay. So we will remove Amendment 12.
Okay. Actually, lest I forget, Amendment 14, we have one more in the cut section. Apologies for all those people listening at home. Amendment 14, decrease the proposed additional teachers for class size reduction from 129 to 100.
Discussion or questions? Mr. Silkworth?
As a 49-year veteran teacher, I'm certainly in favor of decreasing class size. However, we did take a look at many, many things. And so we proposed this amendment, and it would reduce the FY 2022 operating budget by $2,232,710. And you'll find that in some amendments that will be coming before us, that those monies will be used in a very beneficial way in terms of helping our kids with their mental health crisis in the middle of COVID. So thank you.
Do we have any?
President Ellis,
Yes. Ms. Antoine?
if I may, I had a question about Amendment 14.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the money that's being saved, the 2.2 million, will be definitely utilized for mental health, if it's, is that what I'm to understand with this reduction? It would be for mental health support.
So I think the point that was being made is there are several amendments proposed to add to the budget. And so if this amendment were to pass, that would perhaps free up more money in board members' minds to be able to perhaps accept some of those additions. And there are several mental health positions that have now been read onto the record as amendments for our budget.
Understood. So then my next question will be for Dr. Alato. Of the 129 teachers for class size reduction, which I'm a strong proponent for class size reduction, are we able to successfully hire that many additional teachers? Or would the reduction to 100 be in line with what we're capable of, more in line with our capability to recruit and hire?
Thank you, Ms. Antoine, for the question. It's a really good question. No, we're confident that we can hire 129 teachers. We've hired many more than that in the past years to meet our needs. We absolutely believe we can hire an additional 129 teachers.
Okay, thank you.
More questions or discussion from board members? No one? I think I will speak on this. And I agree that class size reduction is a very important goal. We do have, there's a limit, I believe, to what we can ask and what we can expect as this moves on to the county for consideration. And I believe there's probably not a great chance that all 129 of these positions would be approved should this move on to the county. But I do believe that there is a strong recognition for the need to make a bigger impact on our student mental health at this time. And not, I mean, this was a very important goal for this board, for our community prior to COVID. But now, considering what we're dealing with and that we will be bringing our students back and hopefully being able to support them and help them move beyond some very difficult times. I agree with Mr. Silkworth, particularly Mr. Silkworth being a teacher and making this recommendation makes me feel a little more confident that this was the right place to sort of refocus our priorities. So again, so many important priorities, and class size reduction is important, but I think to remove 29 out of 129 positions makes a smaller impact than the big impact that we can make on bringing in more school counselors and psychologists, social workers, hopefully. So I will support this. And Ms. Howe.
President Ellis?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just had a question based off that. Just this is for Mr. Cheknovich or Dr. Arlotto. Just a head nod, right? When we pass this budget, the money's not ours, right? It's like we have to take it to the county council, and it's like asking your mom, "Hey, mom, can I have $12 for the movies?" Right? And they say, "No, here's 10." So in that case, if we ask for 100 teachers instead of 129, could they? It's in their power to like decrease that, and then even it would go back to the school psychologist amendment. Sorry, I'm clicking through the amendments. I had it here. like the 5 additional social workers, they could say, no, here's 3, correct? So I guess go big or go home, right? Ask for as much as is there like a reasoning behind that, right? To ask for less because they'll give you more in this category. Wouldn't it be reasonable to ask for more in both categories and just hope as you get it?
Mr. Smith, Alex Checkman, Chief Operating Officer. I'm actually not going to answer that because it's, that would be jumping into the heads of a county executive and a county council. And they've got not just our budget, but all of the other budgets of all of the other county departments, plus our sister agencies at the library, the college, whatever. What I can tell you, though, is how the number 129 was derived at. And that was, we did a calculation across the school district, and we did this actually last year. So we did a calculation across the school district of how many sections of classes, all the way from the elementary all the way up to high school, exceeded what our guidelines, what our recommended student to teacher staffing ratio was. And we knew we couldn't recover all of that in 1 year because we got into a hole over many years that stretches back to 2008 when the big recession started. And there were just many, many, many years after that, Mr. Smith, that our enrollments were growing, but because of the worldwide and regionalized economy constraints, we were not able to get the teachers that we needed with our rising enrollment. So year after year, we kind of got further into a hole. That hole, again, took almost a decade to get into. You can't, it's so big that it was unreasonable to ask for all of it at one time. So last year was the first year that our new county executive and many of our new council members were in office as well. And Dr. Arlotto met with the elected leaders, and I know Ms. Corcadell, you joined as well, I believe. And we said, look, let's figure out a reasonable path forward. And we said, Mr. Pittman, dear council members, you're going to be here for 4 years. So what if we chunk this? And in each of the next 4 years, we do a quarter, a quarter, a quarter, and a quarter. And over 4 years' time, we'd kind of get back to this break-even situation. So that's where the 129 came from. A cut to the 129, down to 100, that means the 29 that we don't ask for, assuming the mathematics still holds, and we will recalculate that next year. That it just goes back to our deficit. So over the course of the next 2 to 3 years, we'll just have to ask for that many more to break even, assuming that our student enrollment, recovers and grows. So I'm sorry I didn't answer the first part of your question, but I thought it was important for you and anybody else that's tuning in this evening to know at least the rationale behind 129. It seems like a very random-ish number, but it's not. It was a calculated, arrived at number.
It might be the pick 3 for tonight. But okay, so you had that conversation. So if I heard you correctly, you kind of struck a deal on that one, right? We're gonna chunk it out. We're gonna ask for 129 new teachers this year, next year, year after that.
Yeah, I won't say we struck a deal. That's
No,
so
struck a deal.
we basically telegraphed to them our plan. We said, we're coming to you today with a 4-year plan. Here's how it looks. Here's the timeline, et cetera. But budgets are adopted on an annual basis. So the county government, the county council, they actually legally cannot commit to an operating budget in the future years. They simply are not allowed to do that. But again, we want to be good partners with them and give them a roadmap of where our thinking is, right? So this was part of that telegraphing that we gave to the elected leaders at the county government.
Okay, and was a similar conversation had in regards to like social workers and psychologists?
Yes.
Okay, and now
school counselors, as a matter of fact, school counselors, Dr. Arlotto, you can certainly chime in. There was a very big discussion about, again, a multi-year plan to get out of the school counselor deficit.
Oh, similar to the teacher one.
Yes.
So I guess asking for like an extra 7 this year, right? Like for psychologists and social workers, that might, I don't know. Okay, I was just asking these questions just to see where I'm going to land on it, because I see, mental health is very important. But on the other hand, I've been in a classroom where students to the wall, right, had to bring in extra desks. But okay, thank you, Mr. Cheknovich.
I just want to add another comment because of where the discussion went, just to give my perspective. And I see, I think that sort of line of thinking, Mr. Smith, is what has put board members on one side or the other on this issue. And it's not the first time that we've visited this as a cut. But to answer your question from my perspective, we could ask the county for the sun and the moon and the stars, but I feel more responsible for this board to decide which of those is the priority for this budget. And so this year, I believe it's the moon, it's the mental health. And that's why I'm supporting it. But because otherwise we're leaving it in the county's hands, and we're the body that was elected to look out for our students. So I feel like we should be deciding those priorities. Any other?
I have one comment. It's just like, to go back to your analogy, if you ask your mom and dad for $200 to go to the movies, they're going to say, what? I'll give you 10, and then you don't get the 12 you needed.
Dr. Tobin.
Yes, I'd just like to add, I think the equation, there's a narrow way of looking at this equation, and there's a slightly broader way of thinking about it. And again, this is from my perspective. The numbers in the classroom don't just have to do with the teachers we hire, it has to do with the teachers we retain. And there are other amendments coming up that are very specifically aimed at making sure, quite frankly, we retain some of our seasoned teachers. And so we have to balance that. Again, to President Ellis's point, that's our responsibility. And I'll also say, I've said often, a budget, as far as I'm concerned, is a statement of values. And so when we make a clear statement of our priorities, people understand what we really value, because what you value is what you're putting money behind, quite frankly. And beyond that, again, to Mr. Sheknovich's point, as good partners, the county needs to know, the county council and the county executive need to know that we have a clear set of priorities. So we don't just ask for the sun, the moon, and the stars. We have a picture of where we think resources are most needed now. And so in my mind, that's another part of thinking this through, as well as the retention part, as well as the hiring part.
Anyone else? Ms. Howell, Amendment 14.
Mr. Smith?
I'm sorry. No.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
6-2, motion passes.
All right, Amendment 15 is where we're at the moment. And that's and I saw a typo in this, so I'm gonna read it with the typo corrected. Add additional funding in the employee compensation placeholder of $11,877,910 to to align salary step with experience for Unit 1 and 2 employees whose salary step is lower than experience step with the following conditions. Movement stops at step 25 regardless of experience level. Does not apply to employees currently on step 25.
Okay, board questions or discussion, Mr. Silkworth?
This is an issue that has been with us for some years now. As a 49-year veteran teacher, during my career, I was well treated and extremely well treated and fairly treated by Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and I thank them for that. Many of our teachers are not being paid what they should be paid based upon their experience and qualifications. Yet, in spite of that, their dedication to our kids is unwavering. Before COVID hit, there was a commitment to right these wrongs. In my mind, that commitment has not changed. This amendment will solve that.
Ms. Schallheim?
I believe in our teachers. I believe that our teachers should be paid what they deserve. I ran on this issue. I've fought hard on this issue every single budget meeting. This finally corrects, finally, what the teachers have been begging for. I'll also note for anyone in the county or the county council listening out there, a lot of our teachers have second and third jobs. Those second and third jobs were hammered by COVID, absolutely crushed by COVID. And when I was a candidate and door knocking, a lot of them that I found in this county, in my district, had to have roommates at age 40 just to live in this county. I believe in our teachers. I love our teachers. This is about making them whole and ending this discussion once and for all. And that's where I'm at, and I'm in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
Yes, I am also in support of this amendment, and I think that to add to Ms. Schallheim's comments, all of with which I agree, I believe that we have a special responsibility as leaders of an educational institution to act in the way we want our students to act. And by that, in this case, I mean, these are teachers who have been loyal, who have cared for this system. Education is the most human of institutions. It is ultimately about human beings. And I believe we have a responsibility to recognize that loyalty and not, frankly, take advantage of it. And these teachers have lost significantly over the years in what is already not a high-paying profession in an expensive area. And so I think we need to model the behavior we're looking for. We need to show in real terms that loyalty matters. And again, to our friends on the county council, if you know what the market looks like, we are in a teacher shortage. We can't afford to lose more teachers. And I think it is very important that we make our teachers whole and recognize all that they've given to this county, and that what they give to this county is what will make the future of this county sustainable. Thank you.
Ms. Corkada?
Yeah, thank you, President Ellis. So I have a question for staff. Speaking of multi-year array, goals, as it were. If I recall correctly, we started in the our first year here with recognizing lost steps for specific years, and that we had, accomplished 1 year out, then the next year out, and the goal would be the additional. So that would be the 12-13 or the 13-14. So does this address like all of it, or like what remains? So what have we done, and then what do we have remaining in years quantitatively?
Sure. So with respect to steps, essentially we were 5 behind.
Mhm.
And then in one budget, we were fortunate enough that the 2 of them got resolved. And that was in Mr. Pittman's first year in office. So 2 of the 5 got resolved in that manner. Last year, through a mediated settlement, one other one got resolved, in which is in the current FY21 year. As you recall, we went to impasse. So that resolved another one. So there were 2 remaining. When we met, I go back to the conversation I had with Mr. Smith earlier. When we did meet with the administration, the plan was in fact to eradicate the 5 in total across a 4-year time span, with that being 2 the first year and then 1 each of the last 3 years. So by the end of a 4-year term in office, at the Arundel Center, all 5 would have been eliminated. So that takes care of the step issue. There is the other piece that has the experience credit, and I just didn't want to mix the 2. I answered your question directly with the step component.
Mhm. Yeah, correct it.
Yes.
And that's how I'd asked it. So, but this only, in those prior years, we were addressing all units that were behind. This one is specific to just Unit 1 and Unit 2, and so I don't see any other amendments there. So this 11,877,910 is actually not reflective of us making all of our employees whole. So
That's correct.
So there's 2 differences this year to prior years. Number 1 is that we're adding an additional year, so we're requesting 2. And then the second one is that it's only for units 1 and 2. So unit 3, unit 4 are not included, would not be at all.
As the way this is written, that is correct.
And then 5 and 6 obviously are not negotiated, but still would also not receive anything either.
Correct.
And then my next question is the additional language, because we were very specific in our language, in our amendments, to quantify the years that we were affecting. And we're very careful with the use of the word experience step, salary step, and experience step. That in the past, these were whole paragraph amendments by design to ensure that it is capturing apples to apples in each concurrent year. Does the modification of our language here also edit what we are doing compared to the other 3 years that we had reconciled out of those 5?
Yes, I think the intent was very different. So the intent of the prior amendments, the one you're referencing, had to do with the issue of backsteps only, tied to specific years that they were missed for a specific cohort of individuals. This is far different, Ms. Corkadell. This says, by any means that you got here, could have been an experience step, could have been a scale adjustment, could have been a back step that you missed. You could get to this condition in a myriad different manners. The amendment disregards how you got here. So you don't need all those qualifiers anymore, because it doesn't matter how you got here. This is just like a universal fix bill. And
So-
therefore you don't, the maker of the motion didn't need to put in that higher level of specificity, I believe.
So then does this particular amendment go back to those previous years and capture the experience step component here? Or have we just written them off and we're just saying that moving forward, it's like, so if this doesn't target the previous years, does this 11,877,910 actually capture what we apparently didn't capture in the previous 2 years? Or or does this not include it?
So this fully takes credit for and takes off the table the good work that was done before. So we're not like double counting, right? So the folks that got, so I'll give you a very, very, very specific example. Because of the mediated agreement that I just talked about, Unit 1 got a backstep through that negotiated settlement. But Unit 2 did not for the 12-13 year, right? So we backed out Unit 1 because basically they were already covered, but we left Unit 2 in. So we went through the math in some pretty excruciating detail. And again, the folks that got the backsteps, they already got credit for that. They already got paid for that. That's not in this number any longer. This is everything else that remains after all of those other credits have already been applied and paid for.
So we're expanding we're expanding who we are taking care of within the units themselves, but we are now doing it at the exclusion of units 3, 4, and the unrepresented 5 and 6.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am,
an
that's
accurate statement?
Absolutely correct.
And I guess nobody asked to cost them out, or because I didn't see them in our.
We just costed the amendments the way they were given to us. So.
And how many individuals does this roughly represent in a sort of an estimate?
It's about in Unit 1, it's about 3,000 FTEs, and Unit 2 about 250 FTEs. But those are estimates, right? We have to wait and see who stays on board.
So that
through the summer.
captures the 09ers who weren't captured under our previous.
No, they were already taken care of.
No, but they weren't, because we added the experience component to it that we didn't in previous years. So whoever we captured in 09, we only captured a different definition. So those people in the 09, 010 that would qualify for this one, but not the previous one, is that included in here?
So again, they wouldn't get paid twice. If you were part of the 08-09 cohort and you got your backstep for that year, that piece of it has been removed because that's already been bought and paid for.
But someone who didn't qualify for that in 08-09 because of the definition that this expands.
Is still in this number.
So it is in this number then.
If their salary step is behind their experience, correct.
All right. How many didn't we capture in the previous years?
In previous years?
Yeah, I mean, what's the differential there?
Yeah,
not many.
It's usually the 2,000 to 3,000 numbers,
Out of the 30 some, so okay. All right. Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, President Ellis.
No, of course. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Smith?
Well, quickly, based off Ms. Corcadel's questions, are Unit 3 and Unit 4 employees, are they in the same situation as 1 and 2, right, at that scale?
Yeah.
Yes, there are people in units 3, 4, 5, and 6 that are behind in steps.
Is that, well, I know, it's going to be hard to, I guess, answer. I know we have way more Unit 1 employees, but is the ratio about the same, right? Because this was, you said about 3,000 under Unit 1, and I think we have around 6,000 Unit 1 employees. So that's about half. is it about half for the other units too? Are they, or is it a little
Yeah.
less than half?
It's close to a little less. I mean, for example, you may have higher turnover in Unit 3, so it may be a little bit less in Unit 3. You probably have a little less turnover in Unit 5, so it's a little bit higher. But half of the same ratio is a good starting point, and then it wiggles a little bit from there.
Okay. Well, I think it goes back to Dr. Tobin's comment earlier, right? Priorities this year, prioritizing teachers. Next year, it should make sense to be the board's um, prerogative to prioritize the other units that catch everybody up eventually. But thank you.
Ms. Frank?
President Ellis.
Oh, yeah, I just called on Ms. Frank, then I'll call on you, Ms. Antwine.
Just for
Thank you,
clarification
President.
for everyone at home, I guess. Unit 1 is TAC, Unit 2 is AEL, and then Unit 3 is SAAC, and then Unit 4 is AFSME, or is it
The other way around.
other around?
Unit 3 is AFSME.
AFSME,
Unit
and
4
then
is
SAAC.
SAAC. Yes.
So SAAC and AFSME is the custodial staff who've been in the buildings and have been diligently keeping track of everything.
And including food service.
And food services.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is that all, Ms. Frank? Okay. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Ellis. Ms. Frank, I meant you no offense. I apologize. I can hardly hear on this end. I appreciate the approach because our teachers do need to be made whole. It should be stated though, if we're stopping at a certain step, there will be some left out who will never be made whole. In addition to that, the other units, as we have done in the past, when we try to incrementally resolve this over time, which would mean less money into each year, I personally have been ridiculed for taking that approach. I support this approach because it will allow what I have witnessed from so many, especially our teachers, the sacrifice despite having the funds to manage appropriately. They held the line, especially in this past year. So having this placeholder, I fully support. I do emphasize that we as a board shouldn't wait till next year this time. We should be working together to make all of our employees whole who are behind. Thank you.
Ms.
Over
Shaw.
the next year.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Ms. Shawheim.
I want to illustrate for everyone in this room and everyone listening at home the difference between Unit 1's positions and the other bargaining units and unrepresented groups. It was our practice, this school system's practice for a number of years to hire on new teachers and then deduct from their experience 1 to 3 steps. So we can't talk about the exclusion of other units. This was the only unit that had this practice. And so now you have a situation where you have possibly a tenured teacher wandering the halls, comes into contact with another tenured teacher, but just hired last year. One is paid at step 7 still, potentially. The other one is paid at step 10. That is the inequity this will clear up. That is the motivation, although I don't want to speak to, that is my motivation for supporting this amendment. Because units 2, 3, 4, and the unrepresented 5 and 6 never were docked experience steps at all ever when they got hired on as part of AACPS. Unit 1 did. And so now you have a retention problem. And I am not interested in hiring on wonderful, fabulous teachers, training them, and watching them leave to go to Howard, MoCo, Prince George's, wherever else. And that is what is happening because they can't afford to support themselves and their families
over years being docked that money. That is why I am well, this is not, I didn't write this motion, but that is why I am supporting this motion. And I don't want to talk about exclusion this and we're leaving out that. That is the inequity we are solving with this amendment, and that is the inequity we've tried to solve with other amendments in previous years, including the first year when at 1:30 in the morning we were shy one vote to clear this up 2 years ago. I want to remind everyone. By one vote 2 years ago. This would have been, hopefully, I mean, that was a banner year. We could have had this dealt with, potentially, if it had gone through the county council and the county executive. So I just want to put on the record very clearly the inequity that this solves. And that is no other unit with docked experience when they got hired at AACPS. And it used to be this school system's practice to do that. That is correcting that mistake. Thank you.
Madam President, may I? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schulheim. I want to say two things about this amendment. First, I really want to make a comment about, I want this board and the public that are watching to understand clearly the point that you are making, Ms. Schulheim, in that it was not in this administration or past administrations' sole decision to dock experience credit from people that were being hired from outside the county. That was a negotiated item that was recommended by TAC and negotiated during fair negotiations, and it was agreed to by both parties. So you're absolutely right. In the end, you are balancing the books on this. However, I don't want anybody to come away from this thinking that it was this administration or past administrations that made that decision in a vacuum to take away experience credit from anybody coming into the school system. That was a practice recommended by and negotiated with TAC a number of years ago. We have since had to negotiate that back from 3 years to 2 years to a year because this administration, never thought it was fair in the first place. Because it makes, as you say, hiring people that much more difficult. But any of those people that were dock steps, they knew that up front when they interviewed and when they signed a contract with AACPS. They knew that they would lose experience credit. It wasn't anything done under the table. I want to make that clear. So thank you for that. The second is the way this amendment is written. Clearly, the members that wrote this amendment were really looking at Unit 1 because I see in the two bullets it mentions step 25 and AEL has up to step 40. So there would be some exclusion of AEL members that would, based on the specific wording and following of this amendment, that would take some Unit 2 members out because they go up to step 40. Is that appropriate?
Sure. No, actually, we priced it knowing what we believed the intent was of the maker of the motion was to make all of those employees whole. And so if we could suggest a friendly amendment that a board member would maybe take up to the two bullets. So the intro words are all fine. So the first bullet would read, movement stops at step 25 for Unit 1 and step 40 for Unit 2, regardless of experience level, period. Again, the first bullet would read, movement stops at step 25 for Unit 1 and step 40 for Unit 2, regardless of experience level, period. And then the second bullet would read, does not apply to employees currently on step 25 for Unit 1 and for step 40, and on step 40 for Unit 2.
Do I have a motion to amend the Amendment 15 per the language introduced by Mr. Cheknovich?
So moved.
Seconded.
And I want to thank Ms. Sheknovich just for the wording so that the wording accurately reflects the budget item that was created for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheknovich. That was helpful. Do we need a repeat of the suggested language for the two bullets? Ms. Howe or Mr. Mosier, I see you're looking to edit the document.
So I'll be happy to read the entire amendment from the beginning. So Amendment 15 would all begin as written. Add additional funding in the employee compensation placeholder of $11,877,910 to align salary step with experience for Unit 1 and Unit 2 employees whose salary step is lower than experience step with the following conditions. Movement stops at step 25 for Unit 1 and step 40 for Unit 2, regardless of the experience step, period. The second bullet would read, does not apply to employees currently on step 25 for Unit 1 and on step 40 for Unit 2. The impact would be an increases FY 2022 operating budget recommended by $11,877,910.
Thank you. So changing the language does not change the budget impact.
Correct. And I would take a first and a second and then open it up to discussion.
We have a first and a second for the amendment. Yeah, I guess we'll dispose of the amendment. I have yet to speak on Amendment 15, and I would like to, but I would like to go ahead and dispose of the amendment to Amendment 15. So is there any discussion on that? Oh, actually, I have a question about it. So AEL has, or Unit 2 has 40 steps in their scale rather than the 25. When we hire someone from outside into an AEL position, do we hire them at a step equivalent to their years of experience the way we do with our teachers?
Yes, and as Dr. Lotto indicated, Unit 2, which is AEL, did not have that TAC initiated -3, -2 stuff that TAC wanted to apply to teachers. So
Right.
AEL was never in that, caught up in that.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're
Yeah.
comparing.
So
apples to apples.
so you're correct. I mean, for AEL, it's almost all back steps.
Yeah.
It's not the experience credit. It's not the issue for them, which is different, very different than for Unit 1.
I just want to make sure, yeah.
Mhm. Yep, you're right down the right road.
Right, if we weren't hiring, in other words, if we weren't looking at steps as equivalent to experience the way we are when we hire teachers, I could see us end up bumping someone up or down. Okay, I got it. So that answers that question. Is there any more discussion on the proposed amendment to Amendment 15, or can we vote? Okay, Ms. Howell?
This is just the vote on the amendment. Mr.
Yes.
Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay. So I want to thank everyone for a very thoughtful discussion. Oh, Ms. Corkadell, you have?
I had one more question for staff, but.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You can ask.
Okay. I just got the feeling you were wrapping up, and so just, I don't know if this would be Dr. Arlotto or yourself, Mr. Cheknovich, but, or Matt, if we were to institute what we did last year for all the units for just back steps, Did anyone cost estimate roughly what that would look like? If we stayed on our course of our original joint game plan, did we?
Mhm.
Okay. Can you
So I'm going to give you two answers to that because you need both of them. So for the 12-13 year, Unit 1 was essentially now taken care of because of the mediated agreement. So you would have Unit 2 through Unit 6 left for the 12-13 year. And the cost for that back step, catch-up step, whatever you want to call it, for the 12-13 year, again, excluding Unit 1, would be $1,422,945. Again, $1,422,945. And then for the 11-12 year, again, that was done. We'll back up. For the 11-12 year, that's the one I referred to. So it was $1,607,451. Yeah. So.
Oh, back up.
Yeah.
Can we start from the
Yep.
the where we left off in what we funded
Yeah.
that
So.
year and then the year after?
Yeah. So where we left off, so I did it opposite. So for the 11-12 year, which Unit 1 was already taken care of, the people that are left is 1,607,451. And then 12-13, because Unit 1 and Unit 2 are already included in the amendment above you on the board, what's remaining that's left for Units 3 through 6 is that other number, is the 1,422,945.
I think we almost answered my question.
Okay.
I wasn't taking our proposed amendment in consideration. I
Oh.
said if we did what we did last year in
Okay.
its program, what number would that be?
So,
Okay.
so if we did the 12-13 catch up as we did it last year, all units, it would be 4,766,954.
And that's for,
Units 1 through 6.
so units 1 through 6, the next installment, if we were following the previous year's course, with the amendment would look like a total of 4,766,954.
For the 12-13, but you also have to remember we have units 2 through 6 who don't have the 11-12 catch up yet.
And so that's the additional 1,607,451.
Correct.
So if I added those, if I added 1.607451 with 4.6766,954, I would come up with
Like 6.3 about.
So I would come up with what, so basically we didn't honor the steps for units 2 through 6 last year. We only ended up with the Unit 1, right? So we took a hiatus last year off of the game plan of Restore the Whole and just had Unit 1. And then, so, okay. All right. President Ellis, if this amendment does not pass, I would like to propose a secondary amendment if this one fails.
Okay. Can I ask for clarification on what happened last year? The makeup step
Yes.
that was budgeted last year was
not funded.
Right.
was not funded.
Correct.
Correct.
Was not funded.
Correct.
But through a mediated agreement with Unit 1,
Mhm.
we did agree to a makeup step for the 11-12 year.
Right, based on the funding that their unit was receiving. In other words, they did not get in addition to their compensation package that other units did not get. Am I right about that?
a little bit of, so they, because we implemented it mid-year,
Right.
they're able to pay for it this year. But in our 22 request, there is the remainder, the 3.1 million that's left to pay for that makeup step.
Right.
For the remainder of the
Okay.
year.
Yeah, that's helpful. So first of all, I really want to thank Dr. Arlotto for, I believe, what is a very, very important history lesson. So this indeed is a very, very complicated issue. And there are, as we all know now, and we visited this every year now and have had some history lessons, a variety of reasons why we currently have about 3,000 teachers, I believe you said, who are earning income that is a step or steps below their years of experience. And I'm not looking at this from a perspective of what were good decisions made or were bad decisions made. I'm looking at this from the perspective of an employer of teachers. And currently, we are hiring teachers. As long as we continue the practice of hiring teachers and paying them or placing them on a step that is equivalent to their years of experience, I don't think we can continue the practice of leaving other teachers on steps lower than their years of experience. Why are we paying teachers that come into the county on a step that is equivalent to their years of experience? Because that's what teachers are expecting. And so as long as that is how we look at the salary scale, those teachers who came into the county at a time when steps were being withheld in order to become employed by the county, they were hired into this county under different economic conditions, and that was the reason for that. I'm not saying they were good decisions or bad decisions that were made by their leadership and our leadership in negotiations. I'm only looking at what we have right now. And we have about half of our teacher workforce that are being paid under what teachers coming into the county are being paid. And I think it's time to put this to rest. I agree with what Ms. Schallheim said a couple of years ago. A very, very similar amendment was proposed. And I believe if it had passed, I believe everyone, the entire staff of the ACPS would at this point be whole. But instead, the other line of thinking is that we should continue to keep divisions within units in order to be fair across the board. And what's fair, what's equitable? I'm not sure that bringing in every unit provides more equity than keeping units divided. And so I think it's, and the other really important things to consider is I'm not sure we're going to be in a place to address this again for quite some time. First of all, we are extremely fortunate to be in a much better economic position than we feared we would last year when the funding did not come through. And that's why, because of COVID. So now that our worst fears weren't realized, we have another thing to contend with, which is that the blueprint for Maryland's future, the veto override has passed. And so we're going to have mandates on what we're going to pay incoming teachers. And I'm afraid that if we don't address this inequity right now, we're never going to get the opportunity to level the playing field. And I'm going to say it right now, I'm a huge proponent for salary structures that aren't structured this way, that pay people on a scale equivalent to their exact years of experience. There's a lot of other different ways to structure salaries, and I'm all for those conversations. But while we're currently doing that practice right now as we hire our teachers, and while we probably will not be able to address this again for maybe ever, I'm going to support this amendment, and I am definitely in support of addressing the other units, and I think that'll be a much easier hill to climb over after we finally tackle this really big one. Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Cheknovich, other than unit 1 and 2, just so I'm clear, what other units aren't whole at this moment? Like their StepStone master experience level?
Pretty much all of the other units.
Okay, and I know you don't have this off the top of your head, but could you get how much money it would cost to make those units whole? Could you get that number for me?
Can you add up the...
All right, let me see if I can do some math on the fly here for you. So if we're looking at, I mean, we're going to use the methodology we used last year because that's more appropriate for 3 through 6, right? So the 11, 12 would be about 1.4 million, the 11-12 catch up for units 3 through 6. The 12-13 catch up step would be about 1.3 million. And then the 15-16 catch up 3 through 6 would be about 1.8.
So that takes care of the backstep issue, but it doesn't fully eliminate the experience credit alterations.
Okay, and the backstep.
Those are the years where steps were not, we did not have the money in the budget to give step increases for employees.
Okay, and that would get them on this, or on this, on the same level as unit. That would do this. That would do the same thing that we're trying to do with this amendment.
No, it's
That would get you most of the way there.
right.
But unit 1 teachers have one extra thing that the other units don't have. And that one extra thing is that dynamic that Dr. Erlato referenced, that there was a negotiated agreement to deduct experience credit from new incoming teachers. It started out as 3 years, and then it got changed to 2 years, and it got changed to 1 year. And then between the 2014, 2015 year, at tax request, we also renegotiated the entire salary scale. So where a teacher was in 2013 and where a teacher was in 2016 would essentially never match again, because in 2014, 2015, we redid the whole scale. And everybody got moved to a new number that was equivalent to or higher than where they previously were salary-wise. So nobody was harmed directly in the pocket. Everybody was either made whole or actually improved through that salary scale restructuring at tax request. So that's also part of the problem. So you can't kind of go backwards in time, because there was this holistic unit 1 salary scale restructuring in that 2014, 2015 timeframe that the board and the county chipped in excess of $3 million to pay for that, the enhancements that went along with that salary scale with restructuring.
Okay, so the numbers you gave me, that adds up to roughly $4.5 million to help units 3 through 6 out, correct?
Roughly. I mean, if we're leading towards another amendment, I'd like to get exact figures for you, but yes, that's a good estimate for right now.
Okay, could you get those exact figures? Or like,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, can I ask, Mr. Smith, just where you might be heading? Are you interested in another amendment or adding to this one? Because if you handled it in another amendment, that would give Mr. Stansky a chance to work on those numbers as we continue to move along.
that's what I was thinking. Another amendment, because I mean, just so everyone can vote on this. I think everybody made their mind up on this amendment, and I don't want to add more to it. So I would assume what I'm thinking is like another amendment that would do what Amendment 15 does for units 1 and 2, but this time for units 3 through 6. And from what I'm hearing, the impact would be around $4.5 million. So I guess I'll defer on that amendment until Mr. Stansky can give me.
Right, just to be
Well,
clear,
we've got a whole bunch of other ones to work through, and while we're working through all the other ones, we'll be working on that one.
correct. Just to make sure, yeah, add another procedural thing here. Any amendments that might be added this evening will go to the end of the list.
That's good. I mean, if we follow the precedent set by last meeting, you might have till 3 a.m. to calculate it.
No. No. All right. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 15? Okay, Ms. Howe.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Nay.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Nay.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
6-2, motion passes.
President Ellis, I asked for consent to bundle amendments 16 and 17. They cover roughly the same thing, substitute stipends.
Okay, we have a motion to bundle amendments 16 and 17. I have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Do I have consensus? No dissent. Okay, we are now addressing amendments 16 and 17 as a bundle. Any discussion? Mr. Silkworth?
I think it's important that we recognize the great work that our substitutes do. It's often difficult to get them. It's a very difficult job to be a substitute, I can tell you that. Drake is shaking his head over here, he knows. It's probably coming down the pike that at the federal level before long, we'll have a $15 minimum wage. And I don't think we want to be in a position where at some time in the future, we're paying less than minimum wage to our great substitutes. So I think this is a good step forward. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis?
Should I read the amendments?
Excuse me?
Should I read the amendments then? Okay. I mean, we've been reading them as we've gone.
I apologize. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Schalheim. I'm sorry, one moment, Dr. Tobin.
All right, so for all you out there at home, we're talking about amendments 16 and 17, which have now been bundled. So amendment 16 is increased substitute teacher daily compensation by $20 to $130 per day. And amendment 17 is increased permanent substitute teacher daily compensation by $20 to $160 per day. Thanks.
Dr. Tobin.
Yes, I'd just like to add, it is perennially the case that we have a shortage of substitutes as well. So, and in this environment in particular, we need them. So.
Is there other comments or discussion? I absolutely couldn't agree more, and I definitely, I do feel that we need to make choices, as we just did discussing the previous amendment. Oh, I had a question first. Dr. Alato, can you remind me, did we add, did we pass an increase in compensation last year and the year before?
Not last year, the year before, $20 at both the permanent sub-level and the daily sub-level. That was 2 years ago.
$20 2 years ago. So last year we didn't.
Right, last year.
Okay. I thought I remember. Okay, that's helpful. So we added $20 2 years ago. So I'm looking at this, and it is, what is it? I think it's an 18% increase for the daily substitutes. And it is a significant addition to the budget when we are looking to make choices. And I'm considering, should we amend this to increase it by $10 for this year? So I'm going to go ahead and see where that goes. I'll propose Amendment 16 to increase substitute daily compensation by $10 and increase, sorry, what's the other one? Permanent substitute by $10.
Second.
Okay. That would make it to $120 and $150 per day. So we have a motion and a second to amend amendments 16 and 17 to decrease the compensation increase by $10 to $10 per day. Is there any discussion?
What's your reasoning again behind the decrease?
Just about making choices again. It does make an impact. I feel that we do have to make choices. I understand the, so as I pointed out earlier, if I looked at it right, I believe, so this would be a, sorry, make sure it's in front of me. So this would still give an 8% increase to daily substitutes, which is a good year for most people. Now, not to say that I don't think that we should pay our substitutes even more if we can. But when we're faced with choices, I'm in support of doing it a little more incrementally. Any other questions or discussion?
If I could add, just
Yes.
so that we have language that I think is more accurate, under Amendment 17, where it says increase permanent substitute teacher pay, it should be long-term substitute.
Right.
Permanent substitutes are a different category.
Okay.
And they're full-time employees, not hourly employees. I don't think it does not impact the numbers.
Right.
Yep.
But
Correct.
it's just it's a more accurate wording.
So that's a technical amendment, so I don't think we need to do anything with that, and thank you for that. Thank you. Any other questions or discussion on amending amendments 16 and 17? All right, Ms. Howell?
President
Oh,
Ellis,
yeah.
I did have a question.
I'm
that
sorry.
Dr. Alotto helped me to understand. But my question is, you wanted to lower it to get it under, it was currently with both amendments about almost 1.9 mil. So you wanted to lower the cost to take it under $1 million? Is that the rationale?
Yes, basically, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, I think we are ready to vote on amending amendments 16 and 17.
Mr. Smith,
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
6-2, motion passes.
Is there any other discussion on amendments 16 and 17 before we vote?
Could,
Yes.
could we just, yep, we just wanted to see that number. Yep, okay.
Okay. Ms. Frank?
I wanted to add my 2 cents on
942,
this one.
257.
I consider myself a fairly frugal person, but I do have concerns about the upcoming year, and what teachers may have to be quarantined if they come into contact. We may see more need for substitutes. So I just wanted to add my support to this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Anyone else? All right, we're ready to vote on amendments 16 and 17, Ms. Howell. As amended, thank you.
Amended to the amendment.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right, on we roll. We are on Amendment 18 now. And fairly straightforward, add 3 additional community ambassadors.
Okay. Any questions or discussion on this item? Ms. Corkadell?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you, President Ellis, for recognizing me. I have a question for staff concerning this. So in previous years, we had been adding to this category. And then my understanding last year that the number has been different every year because the need and the placement of them has been carefully not orchestrated, but carefully developed. So Dr. Arlotto, is this in alignment with our current plan, or is this I like the program request of a member for just adding in, or is this something that, because I know we had target areas, and at one point we had them near filled to where we know that we could well manage the program in and of itself with the kid and match them with the kids. And so I was actually surprised to see this. So could you explain a benefit or how this would fit in, or maybe it's changed?
Yes, ma'am, glad to. So I cannot speak for the board member or board members that wrote this because it was not discussed with me in advance. I can tell you that it does not align with where we are with community ambassadors at the present time. We have vacancies in that position that have been vacant for many months. We have been unable to hire them. So I recently had a meeting with Dr. Gillens. They fall under her management in the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement, and the community outreach work that she does. And we are looking at restructuring those vacant positions so that she could utilize them differently in her office. She's had a number of, I think the number currently is 4, if I have that right, that are vacant. But we've not been able to fill them with qualified individuals, even though we have, you're right, we have added more and we've added to their salary. We have increased their salary and we've added more, which we have hired some, but there have been several of those positions that remain vacant. And Dr. Gillens and I were restructuring that, not the entire program, but several of those vacancies to utilize those positions differently within her sphere of equity and accelerated student achievement.
And so what roughly, without too much detail, then what are they being restructured? Like what categories? Are they still fulfilling the overall arching objective within the ambassador program as the TART? We've got children who this serves, or how are we repurposing the existing vacancies?
We were going to repurpose the existing vacancies and bring somebody, combine those, and bring somebody on that could do more specific community outreach within Dr. Gillen's office.
So if you were to receive, if 4 are no longer in alignment with the existing market and could be better utilized otherwise, are adding 3 community ambassadors, because I mean, I was one of the original authors of that, teamed with Mr. Live in District 30 on that, because this is action in the field. That if we're not able to fulfill that, what would happen of these other 3? Are they going to fall to the same 4 that occurred on the same 4, or?
So there are.
I mean, because now I'm at 7 vacancies, not 4, and I don't think that's serving our community. Not that this was not well intended to serve that purpose, but it seems like we've changed, and we also have that new report.
So I was corrected. It is 5 community ambassador vacancies.
Oh.
Not 4, 5 community ambassador vacancies. And again, the idea would be we would take those and combine all 5 of those vacancies to create a new position within her office in community outreach.
And so this is also, correct me if I'm wrong, in better alignment based on the task force outcomes, as well as the more recent adoption of the equity policy, the new training objectives, and the things coming down now from Kerwin and stuff as well, correct?
I don't know about the latter part of what you said. Yes, the former part, the earlier part with regard to the task force and eliminating the opportunity gaps, it would serve part of that role in making more connections to the community for schools. Certainly, if we had been able to hire over time those 5 positions, they'd be filled. We've been continuing to interview and hire, and we've not found qualified individuals, again, even though we did raise that salary per this board's approval several years ago.
Yeah, that's correct. That was part of the game plan. So, all right. I mean, because I hate being on record to say that, you know, to say no to additional field work, but it doesn't sound like we're able to achieve the objective as originally planned, and that maybe this money would be better serving elsewhere. Thank you very much, Dr. Arlotto.
But let me do correct. So the objective of the community ambassador positions that are filled and those people in the field, they're doing fabulous work.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Right, we've got them at one at Glen Burnie High School, Chesapeake High School, 3 at Annapolis High School. So the ones that are hired and have been in place are doing fabulous work on behalf of the schools and communities and the students they're serving. They each have a caseload and they're working with those students. We just have been for a long time not been able to hire this group.
So this would not, your recommendation in summary on this amendment would not be for this purpose necessarily.
Correct, if I understand your question.
Well,
We're
what's
not,
your
we're not,
recommendation on
we're
that?
not looking to build the community ambassador program now because we've not been able to hire, because we have vacancies. So it doesn't seem, so we hadn't planned on asking for more or adding more. We had looked at restructuring the vacant positions. The positions that exist and are filled, that program will continue and continue to be supported by Dr. Gillen's office.
Yeah, and that's along the lines of, I believe, conversations you and I have had about that when this came around last year, that we needed to par that back, the ramp up, because of the practicality of implementation and hiring. Thank you very much for the clarification, Dr. Arlotto.
Could I ask a question? So, Dr. Arlotto, if I'm understanding what you're saying, though, the vacancies that you currently have, this not included, this, I mean, I know how incredibly valuable the community ambassadors have been at Annapolis High, for example. Are we going to maintain it so if we reach a point where we can fill those positions, we will? I mean, not these extras, but the ones you already have, or have you already determined just to turn that into something else?
Well, this amendment kind of changes things.
Okay.
But operationally, yes, Dr. Gillens and I had already planned to do something different with those vacant positions. It just, she has a need in her office. She sees a need. And so she met with me and made the request, may I restructure those unused positions? We don't like to have positions that are unfilled.
Of course, right.
It's money laying fallow. It's not doing the work,
right.
any work that we would want that money to be doing. And so our plan operationally was to restructure just those 5 positions into a whole position for community outreach and support.
I mean, so the quandary for me is knowing how incredibly effective that program is and how valuable those ambassadors are. I don't want to shut down the possibility that should we be able to hire, that then we can, right? If we've already turned, so that's the tricky part of this. I mean, I certainly understand the practicality of in the here and now, giving Dr. Gillens that flexibility, and that's great. But it remains the case that you had those 5 vacancies because presumably you thought you needed those 5 extra. Last year, you mean?
Correct.
We kept adding.
The board added positions,
Yeah,
correct? Is that correct?
Dr. Arlotto
Yes,
did
there's
not make
also
this.
there was also something else at play in that the city council of Annapolis had put money towards
Right.
hiring additional community ambassadors that we took on. And then they were not, over time, they were not able to maintain that in their budget. So they withdrew that budget money and we had to absorb that budget money, not to add more, but to just keep the ones that we
maintain.
already had that were hired through that program with the city of Annapolis, that partnership.
All right. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
So Dr. Arlotto, where are the 5 positions that have been open? What schools would they serve? Do you know?
I don't know. I mean, they were vacant, so they had never been placed at a school.
Oh, I assume since
Right,
they were.
I think if my memory serves, we have community ambassadors multiple community ambassadors at Annapolis High School. And we have community ambassador at North County, Glen Burnie, and Chesapeake High School. I believe that's correct.
We don't have any at Meade?
I don't know if there's, there is one at Meade. Thank you.
And can you or a member of your staff possibly answer the question of what kind of recruiting efforts have taken place? To say that these positions are working so well where they are, and recognizing that we still have a great need of students who need more of that field support. Has there been outreach to local community organizations, NAACP, faith communities? Has that been part of the recruiting process?
I'm not going to attempt to, I will not be able to answer that question fully. I would be doing it a disservice because Dr. Gillis and her team have done that work. I know, for example, that Alderwoman Pindell Charles has been active in helping us in the Annapolis community locate and send people our way to interview for the positions. I could not speak to all the community groups and people. I would be doing Dr. Gillens a disservice to tell you how she's gone about that process. But it was clear to me that she has exhausted that process and now would like to utilize that staffing differently.
Okay, I'm really torn on this amendment because I want to reach every student that we possibly can, and knowing what the work that these fine citizens do for our school system. It's a hard one for me because so now we have 5 positions that have not been filled and now will not be filled. This is a tough one for me, but thank you for answering the questions. This is definitely something I believe will make a very good agenda item for this school. Okay, any other questions or comments?
I have questions and comments, please.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Antwine.
So first of all, I want to make it clear in developing all of our amendments, we are, as President Ellis pointed out, we have certainly engaged in the development of these amendments to include engagement with the superintendent. This is the first time I heard in all of this engagement, publicly and privately, that there were vacancies that could not be filled. And one reason I want to put some that is because if you look at the site for community ambassadors, those are mostly in District 1 schools. I would have then engaged differently as a Board of Education member to get people to come that way, as you all pointed out others have done, had I known. And this is before the budget. But I want to read for the public what a community ambassador does. If we are saying that this should be changed in some way, then I want to know right now who else would do this type of work in our school system, because it is the work that needs to be done, not the title. Community ambassadors are staff members who provide additional academic, emotional, and social support to identify students, promote the development of positive relationships between administrators, educators, support staff, and families to strengthen the home-school connection. Community ambassadors work in schools alongside teachers, faculty, and staff. And according to this site, they are currently in Annapolis, Glen Burnie, North County, Chesapeake, and Meade High School. So if they are not being filled at this point in time, or if there are decisions operationally to repurpose their work, where is it going? And how do we budget for that? Because the need is there.
Ms. Antwine, to answer your question, the 8 existing in the schools you listed, 2 at North County, 1 at Meade High School, 3 at Annapolis High School, 1 at Chesapeake High School, and 1 at Glen Burnie High School, those 8 are in place and doing the work. There is no discussion about changing their work or eliminating those positions.
So those 8 have held the line even through COVID. There is an extreme need as we speak for community engagement beyond our walls here. In order for that to happen, we need staff members who are in place, like the community ambassadors, to be able to engage with the community and support students, support staff, support others. The work is critical. I am not opposed to changing the term or the name community ambassadors. I am opposed to us not addressing the community engagement need out there. And in all of my investigation and work with board members, the youth, Dr. Arlotto, and others influencing community engagement within our school system, community ambassadors was one area that was pointed out as a place to do that. We need the community engagement. How do we pay for that? Because there is a need and it needs to be increased from our status quo.
Is there any other questions or discussion? So I've been reflecting on this. It sounds to me like it's not something to make an additional budget request on at this time. But this is something that I do believe the board recognizes as very, very important for our school system. So I do wish to visit this as an agenda item in a very near future agenda. Ms.
President Ellis,
Yes.
a point of clarification, if I may.
Yes.
I want to understand how we are increasing community engagement. It will cost us money. How do we do that in this budget cycle? There is an increasing need for community engagement, partnerships, and otherwise. How is that getting done? And my concern and frankly disappointment is that my specific questions about this came up and none of what was being shared today was shared with me before this was done. The focus is to engage so that these students know that within their community, there are people they can also call on and trust when they have concerns within their community and when they have academic concerns. I also want to point out that the current community ambassadors are attorneys. They are ministers. They are other faith-based leaders. They are people who are willing, would otherwise probably even volunteer. I'm very surprised to hear that those vacancies are not being filled. However, there is this need, and we cannot afford in such a critical time not to put money forth that will support community engagement. So I'm requesting that we identify if there's an additional amendment at the end of this, fine, but help us identify where we can increase community engagement.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. That's what I was about to suggest. Right now, the only thing we can do in this moment is address Amendment 18. So, and that's why I had indicated that this is a topic that needs, I believe, a much deeper exploration, and I do want to bring this to the agenda. But as far as budget implications, obviously, that needs to be dealt with now for the upcoming budget, but all we have before us is Amendment 18. And so that's what we're going to deal with right now. And if you wish to add an amendment at the end, then I will certainly call on you. Is that?
I thank you, President Ellis, and I understand what you're saying. If Dr. Arlotto or others under him can send me some information, because it up to this point, it did not align with what was told, not only to me, but other board members. So tell us how we can increase community engagement so that we can make appropriate development. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Howell?
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
No.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
6-2, motion passes.
Okay, if members would be amenable to this, might I make a suggestion to bundle amendments 19, 20, and 21, because they're all mental health,
You read my mind. Second.
and the stars aligned? Yes, okay, great.
So, motion to bundle with a second. Do we have consensus? Any dissent? Alrighty.
So to jog everyone's memory, Amendment 19 is add 7 additional school counselors to the superintendent's recommendation. Priority placement given to Piney Orchard, which currently has a counselor-student ratio of 793 to 1.
Yes, 6 to 2.
Followed by the 5 Title I schools, Glen Burnie, Park, Mills, Pearl Park, Point Pleasant, and Rippling Woods, that have counselor student ratios that exceed 500, and the 4, well, actually, I think it's 3 other, elementary schools, Davidsonville, Four Seasons, no, it's 4, Ridgeway and Watch Apple, with ratios that meet or exceed 600 to 1. So that's Amendment 19. Amendment 20 is add 5 additional social workers. And Amendment 21 is add 7 additional school psychologists. So those are all 3 amendments in a bundle.
Okay, board discussion. Mr. Silkworth?
These 3 amendments are the amendments that deal with the mental health status of our kids, which we know has been exacerbated by COVID. And with the amendment that was passed earlier to decrease teachers from 129 to 100, those funds, that's what this is right here. And after having taken a look at actually the data that was provided, this is just well, it's not a beginning, because we have been providing services. We will continue to do so, but as a result of COVID, we need more, and that's what this is for.
Ms. Schallheim?
I just want to say that I totally agree with my colleague, Mr. Silkworth.
Other questions, discussion? Dr. Tobin?
I would just like to add my support and say that I think we need to be cognizant of what we need. The needs that are going to be manifest now are going to be manifest as children come back into the school buildings. And this is what, as teachers are also working to meet children where they are when they come back academically, having the staff or more staff available to support mental health, social emotional needs, the struggles of families, the social work needs, and so forth, is an important support for all of that work. Discussion earlier about, what it means to talk about the whole child. We need to support the whole child, and a lot of our children have been through a lot of trauma. They had been before COVID, but that has increased. And so I'm very much in support of this. Thank you.
Other discussion?
I just wanted to say
We
this-
should have probably did a roll call.
Yeah,
on
that's
that.
yeah,
fine.
sorry.
That's
Yeah,
fine. I just wanted to point out that this was the intent for this was after the reduction of teacher vote, correct? Yes. Okay. So this one was in conjunction with that one originally. Okay. Just clarifying that, and that one did pass. Okay.
Correct. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Ellis. So brief statement on in particular. I would say that I'm always appreciative of those who fund us, our schools, for their support of so much of what we do. I have remained frustrated. We were talking about past history on some of the other amendments, and let's make it happen. Well, this is one of those high priorities for me because even when we do add to this, we still get cut back by our funders. I hope that this year, and seemingly even last year, we were in COVID. The decisions of the council was made 110% during COVID, as well as the budget proposal by the county executive. And all of it's connected. And the ability for our teachers to teach well, healthy children sitting at their desks is contingent. And I'm sorry, I need to apologize for the public. A ratio of 793 to 1, like that's the grossest number I think I've seen in a long time. And I'm just saying it out loud, not that I haven't seen these numbers before, but I think for the first time we have gone a little bit further to quantify it, perhaps for our funders to understand these are the numbers we're talking about. And I am supporting this. I think it was handled responsibly in that someone took a look and decided to make a decision on a priority. I wish we were able to do that with all of these tonight. But for this one, I am an absolute yes. And I just want to point out again, and I'm hoping we'll maybe see my presentation I had requested in the future on this, because this isn't just about the more that we can do and the more that these counselors, for example, can do, the more that we can do overall to the community. We've got a bunch of partners back here. I really wish we could have hit that up, man, because this would well demonstrate we've got this whole system in place, and these are the difference makers right here. And so you always see a lot more on the counselor side than on the social work side and psychologist side, is because if these counselors could actually just do their job in general of what they're designed to do and let the other ones do that, but we're out of balance right now. We're completely out of whack, and we ask not for an additional amount in the hope that we get some, but we're asking for what we need, and every single year this one gets cut. And so I just want to say in the public, make it publicly known that that is our needs, our students' needs are to have these additional positions. And I really hope that this year we won't be scolded for even having the audacity of asking at the end of the year. That's just, we're talking about mental health here. We're not talking about a specific aspect of it. This is just to give our kids a chance. And right now, there's so many struggling out there. Jiminy Christmas, this is and every single month that passes that we're all at home and stay at home, the substance abuse and use is off the charts. And to the point where people are shying away from even talking about it. It's almost a near embarrassment. Not because everybody isn't doing what they can, but these are the positions that are the game changers here. And so I hope we're able to get this passed, and then I hope our funders will actually recognize that this is real. Suicide's real, substance use is real. That doesn't go away, and we've got to do better in this category. Thank you. Yeah, now I could keep going.
Ms. Antwine, do you have anything?
Not at this time, thank you.
Dr. Alato, I have a question for you about Amendment 19, add 7 school counselors. And there's a list of priorities. If 7 counselors would be added to the board's budget for you to hire, and that list of priorities was not there, how do you think you would apply those? Because I believe they're all elementary schools. Where do you see the need?
We would, and we've had this conversation with the board for several years running now. We've produced a list of schools. You can call it a priority list. It is a list with the highest ratios, and that's how we're attacking it. If we get 1, we get 4, we get 7, they're going to be placed in order of need based on the ratios. I don't have that list in front of me. I don't know that this list is the list that will be, when we get the positions in July and hire the people over the summer and place them, that it will be this exact list. If the board passes this amendment with this list, this is where they'll go. But it might not be in the priority order. Clear, have the positions and then place them in priority numbers at the time. But if the board passes, placed in at these schools.
Yeah, and that's where I was concerned. I mean, obviously, if the number is accurate for Piney Orchard, first one. I mean, that's without a doubt. I'm just a little worried about dictating the locations of the counselors, because I want what Dr. Arlato just articulated, the highest ratios first.
We could change it to suggested.
Okay.
Whatever the language is.
All right. So we could amend Amendment 19.
Suggested priority for placement, so then it's
Yes.
it's not a directive,
Yes.
it's a suggestion.
And that sounds like a pretty technical.
Wait, President Ellis, before we make this amendment, my question is, I guess, how to get like this, Dr. Arlato? I mean, because it seems like made this, said we need priority here, here, and here, because they've been looked over in the past, and that's how you get a school with 793 students. I guess it was just, if you want to, how did it get like this?
Students, and you don't add counselors.
And not adding counselors, was that because the money was there, but we put a because the money just wasn't there?
Well, it wasn't, it's part of that, as you explained, with money, but it was a system-wide decision that the school system would put a counselor in an elementary school, regardless of size, a counselor, and then we would put counselors into middle schools and high schools based on enrollment for the most part, right? A counselor per grade level. At the high school level, we may have more than that, and so they're divided up alphabetically. But that's sort of what had been done traditionally, and is done traditionally around the country. So how do we get there? We've had just sort of a rule. I won't even call it a rule. We've always just put one counselor in an elementary school, just the practice that we've been. And we are, over time now, chipping away at that, like the class size issue, chipping away at saying, this is not going to work, right? You can't, the School Counselor Association recommends a 250 to 1 ratio. And so, like this board is doing now, boards in the past have had priorities, and counseling over the years at the elementary level in particular was not a priority. It has happened just recently, in say the last 4 years, that this system, boards over the last 4 or 5 years have begun to add counselors to the elementary levels.
Got it. And how many Title I elementary schools are there? A ballpark number? It's more than 5, correct?
Yeah, there's 44 Title I elementary schools.
And most of them,
I don't have the number in front of me.
and most of them have had their, like it's counselor problem. It's the ratios are a lot better at those schools, and that's why these ones were selected. Okay, and then I guess out of all the elementary schools, most of them have a better ratio than this.
Correct. They're smaller.
Yeah.
Right. So if it's a school, it'll be to 1 counselor. Or Pine Ridge, it's over 700 to 1 counselor.
Yeah, I guess the reason I asked all that was about the priority. I think the priority was done just to make sure, I guess, we're holding ourselves accountable. And I know we a lot of leeway, but I think giving ourselves something to aim for is in our best interest and the public's best interest. So they know expect, and if it's not there, I guess who to go to. But that's all I have for now. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Work it out.
Because Piney Orchard's mentioned twice, but we only have 1 elementary school
Yeah, that was a typo.
Stated in there. So can we re-summarize with the accurate amendment of the amendment? Are we changing up the tech edit?
Correct.
Yeah,
It's correct?
They made that
Okay.
change.
I made the change in lifetime.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
it's a living document.
Ms. Corrigan, paper or the slideshow?
I was looking at what I was sent.
Yeah, it was initially a typo.
Okay, no worries. And then, but can we read what the amendment, one more time, the amendment to the amendment, please? Can we
Sure,
read
so
it
the
back?
amendment to the amendment adds the word suggested in front of priority. So add 7 additional school counselors to the suggested priority for placement given to Pine counselor to student ratio of 793 to 1. On Burning Park, Mills Perot, Park, Point Pleasant, Woods that have counselor to student ratios that exceed 500 to 1, and the 4 other elementary schools, Davidson, Four Seasons, Ridgeway, and Watchapel, with ratios that meet or exceed 600 to 1.
Thank you. Based on that reread, Dr. Arlotto, are Davisonville, Four Seasons, Pine Law, I see they're in alphabetical order. Are they the only ones that are exceeding the 600, or is the list comprehensive? Because I feel like we're running a gamble here. If it's not comprehensive, in other words, if every single one, because we're also talking about just here at this point, we're giving all priorities to elementary schools only. And so normally when we've done SFTs for school counselors, the priority is dynamic, it's multi-tiered. It includes middle school, high schools, and elementaries. Is that correct? Or like if there's a bigger priority in a middle school, they would get that FTE barring this amendment. Like if we just said add 7 additional school counselors, like we've done in the past, if there was a middle school or high school that had a greater need than these, they would receive it.
That's why it's suggested now.
Well, I have the floor.
The answer is no.
Okay.
Because this, a budget request is for elementary school counselors only. And the change is to add 7 additional school counselors to the superintendent's recommendation. My recommendation was for 3 elementary only. So whatever you add, and if funded, they would go to elementaries only.
So we are not proposing any additional school counselors outside of what we already have funded for middle or high school.
I'm sorry, could you
Is that
repeat
what
that?
I'm hearing?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So there is nothing in your budget recommending any additional school counselors for middle or high school? So we only made a request for 3 for just elementary.
Correct.
And then this is therefore specific to just elementary.
That's how it appears to me. Yes, ma'am.
We're in the land of. Okay. Well, that kind of changes my opinion of it, but, all right, thank you.
So Dr. Alato, as a suggested priority, if you have a middle school or a high school where you see a larger need, does the amendment with the suggested priority rather than priority not enable you to meet that need instead? In your opinion?
The program enhancement, as labeled, is only focused on elementary school counseling. It doesn't mention middle school or high school. So our plan was to only add to the elementaries. And we believe that's where the greatest need is now.
Okay.
That's where the greatest need is.
Okay. My other question is, do you ever have a school counselor serving perhaps 2 elementary schools to spread out the ratios a little bit?
We have 0.5s.
I believe
Yeah.
we have some
I thought
0.5.
so.
So you could have 1.5 counselor at an elementary school.
Right.
Um,
So, right. Okay.
You wouldn't have a full 2, you could have 1.5.
Right. Okay. Which could potentially address the need at 2 schools.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Any other questions or discussion? Okay. Ms. Howell, voting on the amendments 19, 20, 21?
Correct.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadel,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay. Amendment 22, add 3 additional English language acquisition teachers and 2 additional bilingual assistants.
Board discussion?
Do we have a second for this one?
We have a motion. We have a motion. We have a second.
Because I moved at the beginning, but then we have the second only.
Right.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Ms. Frank?
Can I just ask Dr. Arlotta really quick, what was in your recommended budget, how many ELA and bilingual assistants did you have already listed?
Thank you, Ms. Frank. We had built in, let me make sure I'm looking at the right line. We had 5 ELA teachers and 1 bilingual assistant for a total of 6 FTE in the budget. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, discussion? So Dr. Arlotto, how do you feel your budget, do you consider it to be conservative in this area? In other words, do we have a greater need than you have already recommended?
Without question.
Yep.
And in many of these categories.
Right. Clear. Okay. All right. Ms. Howe, Amendment 22.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
No.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Yes.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
7-1, motion passes.
Great. Amendment 23. Add $400,000 to increase student achievement in literacy. Additional funding will support literacy training for staff and staff to support literacy initiatives.
Second.
Board discussion? Thank you.
I have more questions tonight than I. Not because I was not prepared, but so, Dr. Arlotto, is this triple E, or is this enhancing a different program? Because I know triple E does a lot of initiatives regarding literacy, and so is this part of that, or where does this live, I guess, in the picture and scheme of our priorities and plan?
Yeah. So no, my read of it is not triple E. You'll have to speak with the board members that wrote the amendment themselves to get the specifics about where they were headed with this, but I don't read this as triple E at all. Where does it live? Literacy is ongoing for us, and so it lives throughout the school system. We can certainly find a way to spend additional monies in professional development, stipends for that professional development, and materials of instruction to continue to improve literacy access for our students, particularly our youngest students.
Okay, so this is essentially so this would come out of what? I guess I wasn't clear, or maybe I missed reading somewhere. What section of the budget does this fall under? Like, what's the state budget category?
It would be in the director of instruction's office. That office is charged with K through 12 literacy. And so, yeah, it would, based on the amendment, it would be determined by the instruction office what grade levels for the training and things of that nature. And then, for state categories, this would fall in mid-level administration, instructional salaries, and obviously textbook and instructional materials.
So I guess maybe then I'm a little confused. Because I see for professional development and then teacher stipend for professional development, but I'm not, which is there an FTE in here, or is this all just, just PD?
Well, professional development, the top line could be for like consultant services, other external training providers, whereas the teacher stipends would be the $30 an hour for the faculty member to go to Carver, for example, on nights or weekends to receive the training, the PD that's being delivered by somebody else.
And so when we do our training right now, do we typically provide stipends for the teachers, right?
If it's
So
outside of the
that-
duty, if it's outside of the duty day, they provide stipends. If it's inside of the duty day, many times the school would receive substitutes in order to allow that teacher to be freed up out of their building to go to a training class.
Okay, so, yeah. So did staff make recommendations for these numbers as it relates to a particular target, a recommendation of where or what the professional development would be, Dr. Arlotto? Like, I can, I can pin a lot of the other stuff into, a specific A, B, or C. So what is this 105, like?
Yeah, so these are very, very general numbers. We were given the amendment of $400,000. We divided it out on sort of how typically money like that would be spent in the instructional realm like this, based on the amendment itself and what it says in working towards literacy for our students. We have not fine-combed this, no. We don't have any details about what the professional will look like, when it will be, who will be delivering it, who will be inviting, what materials we'll be buying. We've not done any of that work.
I can speak as one of the board members, if I may, who developed this, Ms. Antoine also. So this came out of a concern that we understand based on national numbers, some of the diddle scores that are coming out of our own students and so on, that literacy is critical. We met with Dr. McMahon and other staff members. And we wanted to ensure that coming into this year, there was sufficient support for, frankly, deploying what will need to happen. Teachers who can do the literacy instruction in their schools. So you have obviously your literacy specialist in a school, but when the numbers are going up with regard to, or down, depending on how you look at it, with regard to where students are in reading. And of course, literacy is more than just reading. In some cases, it's math as well. We thought it was important to focus on that as a critical aspect for making sure that as students come in and come back, we don't lose precious time, because if a child's lost X amount of time and isn't where they need to be, it becomes increasingly hard to catch that up moving forward. So that was part of the concern that drove this. And if you add to that, that there is currently a lot of work going on with regard to what reading training looks like, and some changes coming down the road. Several of us were at a summit that the University of Maryland hosted on equity and literacy. There's a lot of discussion around the importance of things like phonemic awareness and phonics. Similarly, there are other findings that are coming out from our own state board, equity, education, and particularly boys, and the need, and there's a very specific recommendation around phonics and phonemic awareness. Though that was part of the reason for this, to make sure that we put a pin in this and absolutely had the resources available as students come back, when we know that reading may well have suffered in our youngest students in this
So-
time out.
On the technical side, because Dr. Alato had suggested that he was provided the number of 400,000 by you guys. What is the science behind the number?
That was,
Because this
yes,
is a
that was
budget.
based
This is
on
budget,
a number
and-
of discussions, and maybe I'll Antoine also jump in here if she wants to.
I'm just curious.
I'll be more than glad to speak if the president is good to go with it.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, wait,
the
yeah, 'cause
board-
we're still trying to just get my information because they're really, it was a little, yeah.
The 400K comes from a grant that we are losing, the grant for striving. And so the number for that grant was 400,000. We all, striving readers grant was there to do many of the enhancements that that Dr. Tobin pointed out. It, in addition to that, it allows to be considered when it comes to literary achievement for our students. The most important aspect of this is the learning loss. And if we're losing grants that support us, it puts the system further behind in terms of trying to find the best means to ensure that our students are reading on grade level. So that is, if there's any science, that is the science, quote unquote, behind that. Because we look at the grants that we're losing, that doesn't mean the need isn't still there. Just means that we no longer have the funds to cover that need.
So, Dr. Alato, based on that information, we lost $400,000 in grant dollars, and it was not requested to be replenished. Is that my understanding?
So it's
Or-
it's a federal grant. So unfortunately, we're at the whims of the federal government. So back in 2019, we had 726 plus thousand. 20, it's a federal grant, right? So it was cut 80,402. FY21, we applied for and believe we were eligible for $400,000 for that grant. But in FY22, we were notified that that grant was, for whatever reason, sunsetting, that it was no longer available. It wasn't in the cards. So 400 was the FY21 approved budget number. The FY22 budget number is 0 because the feds have signaled this number to put there. So.
What page are you on?
So we chose then in the budget, Dr. McMahon, not to replenish those funds? Is it because we compensating in it, you took 400 and you put it elsewhere? And in the hope that the county or state would fund it, or are we phasing it out like the feds to replace it? Because now I've got a lot more questions than I originally came in thinking.
Well, from a
Because I had no clue this was associated with a grant. It would have probably made it a little more straightforward for me, but that's a game changer if we're talking about losing a program or having to fund it.
I mean, we're talking about foundational literacy, right? And striving readers, all about building the foundation on which a student learns to read and continues that trajectory. MSDE actually, as Mr. Seknowitz said, MSDE didn't get the grant funding. We always braid it into our work so that at some time the grant sunsets.
Yeah.
This sunsetted a little earlier than we wanted it to, but we always braid that into our thinking and into our work. So do we have to give up where we were going? No, Does it change the speed at which we can make the movements, the choices we can make? Yes. So,
So we didn't propose adding the 400,000 in this year?
well, we have professional development money in literacy for this year to do professional development in foundational literacy. Not as much as this would allow, but it's there. It's just not as robust as it would have been with the Striving Readers Grant, or, if we had different dollars.
And we were clearly doing a lot more with the 700 and some when it came out.
Right, initially, but grants, the wonderful thing about grants is they get you moving, they launch you. And that's
Well,
what
yeah,
it did for
they're
us.
giving you the opportunity to pilot and set it up and make sure it's going to work for you. And then
Absolutely.
you decide if you want to adopt it or
Right,
not.
and we always build the infrastructure, the legs, into the sand deep, so that we can move on from there.
Okay. So you, okay. Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
I have a question for Mr. Sheknovich. Earlier, we discussed the supplementary instruction and tutoring being added to the restricted funds. Would that cover any of the concerns that are being brought up tonight in this amendment?
Yeah, unfortunately, we do not have details yet on that money. So I think the process will be, if it makes it through the General Assembly, then MSDE will then begin to set the parameters on what that money could be used for. But obviously, I think a focus will be around, tutoring and instruction. So it is possible that there's other things that are being funded out of the Striving Readers Grant, or other things could possibly be funded out of that pot of money. But I cannot speak intelligently to what the requirements will be of the grant yet.
Okay. Right. Yeah, this is not the year to be losing a grant like this for literacy. I'm a little upset that that kind of sunset this point when we really kind of need it. But thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm actually very appreciative of the discussion. I learned a lot. This is another one of those topics that is really coming up a lot with parents and even teachers. So this is another one of those topics that I would like to bring to our agenda, which is our early literacy. Yeah, let's take a moment here and take in the fact that we have had young children learning to read over a computer screen for now we're in Q3. And so challenges that we've had in the past, and we have had them, they're certainly going to be exacerbated now because of this. So I will be supporting this amendment, and I'm appreciative of the work that went into developing it. Thank you. I believe that's it. Ms. Howell, Amendment 23.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin? Aye. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right, party people, we have just a few more left. Amendment 24, add $5,000 to the Board of Education's budget, page 27, for awards and recognition.
Second.
We have a second. Board discussion. Ms. Schalheim?
So I have a question for the motion author about what exactly the money might be used for. Because it's my understanding that the bells we give out are like $70 or $90. Well, that's a lot of bells. I'm just saying.
So is that Vice President Schalheim?
Yes, Ms. Antwine, if you can speak to that.
Thank you. So the earlier in the year voted for the Mo Gaba Award recognition, as well as the other key recognitions that will be coming down the pipe soon. So with that, we wanted to forecast about $5,000 for such awards and recognitions, realizing that because we have not implemented it yet at the board level, we don't have definite figures. So this money would just simply go to support or have the money there when in 2022 we do these awards.
Thank you.
Other questions or discussion? I'm looking right now at the Board of Education budget, and prior to this amendment, the recommended budget is about $1,000, a little over $1,000 less than the previous approved budget. So I would support amending this to add $1,000. I cannot support adding to the board's budget for this year. But I guess I'll go ahead and propose amending Amendment $24,000 to the Board of Education's budget.
Second.
Any discussion on the proposed amendment of Amendment 24?
So President Ellis, thank you for the amendment. I did consider the loss, and that was really what prompted this amendment, thinking that even if we put in $1,000 or so, it would be topping off, but instead it was a decrease. So my concern would be we're adding back to what we would normally do, and if it does cover the additional recognition that we didn't have last year, then I'm definitely in support of this. The main, I guess, premise behind the amendment was to ensure that there were funds to cover this. So thank you for that.
Okay. So Ms. Howe, you want to take vote on amending Amendment 24, change the language to add $1,000 to the Board of Education's budget, page 27 for awards and recognitions.
Mr. Smith?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkido?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-2.
Is there any more discussion on Amendment 24 before we vote on the amendment as amended?
I just wanted to make a brief comment that I appreciate and seconded to get us to a better place, but I just got to say that I am not comfortable picking and choosing. We give a lot of recognitions out at this school, and we don't have enough time in our board meetings, but it doesn't mean that the Board of Education is not any more involved in the recognitions that we provide to our teachers, to our students, or other members of our staff. And I think this is a very, very dangerous path, because I mean, our policy of receiving and providing nominal designated tokens of appreciation, putting money into a budget precludes the inevitable. Now we're doling out monetary things and picking and choosing which would have priority versus not. I did not feel that any motion that the board has made was going down that path, but I can't support it on the principle of it. It's not even the dollar value as much as it is now we're going to start funding out of the public taxpayer dollars, a discretionary recognition and beyond what we're already doing. And I just don't think that sounds dangerous to me and not being as equitable as maybe it may have intended to be. And we're picking one, and I'm hearing the author reference only one recognition. I understand we could continue to expand it, but we're talking about taxpayer dollars here, and we're not talking about a couple dollar bill and a couple pieces of paper here. We're talking about substantive money, and I just honestly, it's no disrespect on the motion maker, I just can't philosophically do it.
President Ellis, may I address that, please?
Yes, you may.
So when Ms. Shalham requested my explanation, I did not say that it was simply for the MOGABA award ceremony. I said it was for awards and recognitions. And being the author of the amendment, you see that there. In addition, we did in the budget that is current, there's a decrease there, and we're adding an award and a recognition. So as I shared, this is about forecasting and covering so that when we get to those awards and recognitions in 2022, as I shared, there will be money there. So this is not about picking and choosing, and it's definitely not about misusing taxpayer dollars.
Any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Howe, we will vote on Amendment 24 as amended.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corcato?
Nay.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
6-2, motion passes.
All right, so now we're at the point of time of the meeting where we're back. We've done all that was submitted previously, and now we're going to Mr. Smith's motion. So I'm going to read it and then we'll go from there. Sound good? Okay. I'm sorry, this print is really tiny and it doesn't help that I look up there. So add additional employee compensation placeholder equivalent to a makeup step for eligible employees from the 2011, 2012, 2012 to 2013, and 2015 to 2016 academic school years as follows. Backup/makeup step for AACPS employees who did not receive a step or equivalent in the 2011, 2012, 2012, 2013, and 2015 to 2016 academic year as called for in their applicable negotiated agreements or terms of employment. The following criteria is used in determining the number of employees and costs above. For the 2011 to 2012, 2012 to 2013, and 2015 to 2016 back step or makeup step. Makeup step is defined for this amendment as an employee who was an eligible employee units 3 through 6 as of June 30th, 2011, June 30th, 2012, and June 30th, 2015, and missed a step in that FY 2012, FY 2013, and FY 2016 year due to negotiated step freezes. The employee is still with the district. Employees who have reached the top of the salary scale for their unit are not eligible for the makeup step. Employees who left employment during this time and came back at a later date are not eligible for this makeup step. This cost is general fund only. And then the impact is increases FY 2022 operating budget recommendation by $4,871,309. Yeah.
Is there,
This is crazy.
is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Melissa. Oh dear, we've reached that time of the night where we're all punchy.
It's early.
Miss Ellis, your microphone isn't on.
Mr. Smith.
Oh, Miss Ellis, your microphone wasn't on. But
Mr. Smith.
hey, first of all, who wrote this?
That was a,
I wish.
yeah, you wrote it. No,
You-
it was a combination of folks.
I just want to thank everyone because I
Yeah.
think this was everything what I was thinking. Just do the same thing that Amendment 15 did for Unit 1 and Unit 1 and 2, and I'm really happy with this.
And just to answer your question, and our budget analysts, we have one here, 3 are at home, and they are, as always, working behind the scenes, watching, doing the addition and subtraction. So they're the ones that are doing this work behind the scenes. Can I add, do we need to change in the first bullet point where it says due to negotiated step freezes? Because we've got 2 bargaining units that don't negotiate. Does that?
Yeah. Yeah, that would.
I know it doesn't change the number. I just want
Right,
to
right.
make sure that we're meeting the full intent of what I believe.
So due to negotiated step freezes or terms of employment?
Yep.
Correct.
Do I capitalize terms of employment? or-
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. All right, I got it.
It's Frank.
I can't read from here. Can you tell me what the total fiscal impact of this would be again, please?
It's $4,871,309.
Okay, so in our original packet that we got, this was original, almost exactly Amendment 17 that was pulled before this meeting. So I guess I have a question and then a comment. The first question is, what is the slight differential in the original amendment and this one?
So while the total dollar amount may be very similar, the two amendments, yeah, it's a coincidence. The two amendments are different. This adds, this has 3 years worth of makeup steps. The original Amendment 17 had units 1 and 2 included because it did not assume a passage of Amendment 16 or the other amendment. So this is, while the numbers are similar, it's purely coincidental.
Okay, but the rest of the language is the same.
Correct. Yeah, that's just to lay out the structure of how the calculation was made, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
The board, Ms. Frank, arrived at this structure, this language structure a few years ago, as Ms. Corcado and others know. So this is a language that we've used through the years as we've tried to work on eliminating back steps, catch-up steps. So this is sort of like a template.
What I thought is that you just reinstated it again, and it just wasn't making sense to me. So thank you.
Further discussion? I definitely feel like I need to speak to this amendment. So again, how we divide and conquer on this issue. In the past, it's been recommended to take the approach of attacking it by years and conditions that led to backsteps, missteps. I feel this evening we took a different approach to address it by unit, so that we don't have those inequities and divisions within units. I don't feel that we can responsibly tackle the entire thing in this budget, in these current times conditions. But I want to again bring up the point that the legislation that was passed that specifically has mandates for Unit 1 employees, that was going to make it probably nearly impossible to make Unit 1 whole. But we can, I believe, continue to work on, again, getting over this smaller hill, moving forward. So I believe we're ready to vote unless there's.
Oh, President.
Yep.
As the motion maker, just quickly, I think, it's been a crazy year for everyone, and I think that, if we're talking about equity, it's only fair to try. We're just doing an ask, and we're not asking for ourselves. We're asking the school system run. I know it's not just us 8 up in the entire school system. It's not just the teachers either. I mean, it's those people behind, work hours and hours and not getting the. Think about our meetings. I mean, if our last meeting 3 a.m. right, 3 a.m., and you're not getting the pay you deserve, right? How does that make you feel? Probably wouldn't do the best job you want to do. So I know it's it's $4 million more to the budget, but it's not like this is going. We're reinvesting into our school system. It's always a plus, and the worst the county council can say is no. We would hope they didn't say no, but they don't say no, right? We're basically demanding, come on, fund our schools. But I think it's.
And I'm certainly not arguing that it's not deserved. Dr. Tobin, I believe you had.
Yeah, in a way, I think I'm Ms. Ellis said my concerns. None of these are easy choices to make. That's sort of why we're here. And I think what Ms. Ellis pointed to is something critical for me, which is that this really is a different way of dividing up how to attack the problem. I am concerned. I mean, let me just say, none of this, if this were deserved, we'd be in a very different place. Unfortunately, that's not fully the ground on which we can operate. And so my concern is that let's dilute the work we've done in the other amendment we passed, making units 1 and 2 whole, because we now and make a case. And we're going to have a big ask with that amendment we've already passed. But I think all the reasons, blue sound reasons, but beyond that, we have made a clear set of choices, recognizing that we can't do everything. And we come to them and say, and based on that makes decisions for education, and we've determined this is how we have to proceed. I think that is it is the way to make the most powerful case. And I would hate to lose the funding we're fighting for right now, because going to be pressed. And I'm like, well, 4 million, a bunch more units, right? Be that simple. But so that is my concern, I have to say. And it's, I think it's going to be hard for me to support this. Really put a very fine point on goals this year, knowing that each year we have to pick very specific goals. So thank you.
Ms. Corkadell?
Yeah, so here we are. I'm sitting on the opposite side, appears. So I didn't feel comfortable voting for the last one and chose not to, because I believe we had a good game plan that would have landed 2 years from now, everybody whole. We stopped the practice of the step penalty with new teachers coming in. We did that a couple of years back. And so we were making progress. Now, in one big lump sum, no, just like everything else that we do here, and whether it's maintenance or building of schools or other events. And we're again talking about upsetting and instituting anew every single year. I will be voting for Mr. Smith's amendment, although I'm not a fan of us going in holistically like this. We can't just say that, oh, we only want to go so far. We're defining of the defining of the defining, and redefining equity and redefining every time we turn around to meet our needs, but not looking at it holistically. So I am taking that big step back and big step up. And we do have to set priorities in the budget. Conversation in the previous, not in the current. As Mr. Teknovich pointed out, Unit 1's the only one that got anything last year as far as makeup steps. So we're talking about 2+ years, presuming that we have a will next to take them on. So units 3, 2, 3, based on this, units 3, 4, and 5, these are our served people. These are our janitors. They don't want to be pitted against one to the other. And I highly doubt where, a percentage of the people be getting more than the person sitting in my office. And although some may and think that's okay or not saying, the point is that, units 3 and 5 and 6, they'll be going more than 2 years. And lines do need to be, if we're already investing in there, we're talking about less than half to the others, and in a school building. And I don't think anyone can work. And we made that decision. I don't think that I would dare to leave behind those others. I don't think it's a good idea to go beyond what we had done in previous years. Based on these number calculations, we could have definitely well taken care of and maybe even made along the way. But the fact that the proposal coming from our funders was no, and we just lost some state FTE funding that could end up in our compensation for it. So if this is the will of the board, then I believe the will of the board should be for whole, because waiting till after we leave to continue to that. And we've got teachers that are concerned are going to make sure that their rooms are clean and safe. So no, I disagree for this. If we're going to do it already. I mean, I keep getting thrown into that all the time. So we're going to draw the line now. I disagree. I see the lines and the priorities, and I know what happens. I definitely know what happens with that. You throw too much at the budget, you're not setting a priority. But we don't have a whole lot in this budget this year above and beyond what the superintendent did. And I think we have been very responsible. But if we're going to go there, then we need to go there. Otherwise, it'll just be another, I think, decision where nobody lands happy. Maybe let's, for a change, if you're going to make it right, make it right. Because if I was Unit 3, I'd be going like, I got to wait till next year so I can hear another slide in, whether it be through an impasse or through a. So now, 2 years. Not just 1 year they're missing. If it's just 1 year, I could probably get it. These units will not be seeing any of that for years compared to the other units. Not just 1 year, years, plural. I'm going to be a yes.
Any other discussion? What are you asking?
No.
Okay. Ms. Howell, we are voting on Amendment 25.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
5-3, motion passes.
President Ellis, just a question. This whole budget discussion has been all about priorities, and I think our biggest priority should be the people running the show. So is there a way we could write a letter to the county council asking them to try everything, and make every effort possible to keep as much funding for the step increases, so they know where we're coming from? Because I think what Ms. Corkadell said was powerful, right? Those 3 million plus meals served. That was our people, right? And some of those people are not getting the pay that they deserve. And I think when you see figures like that, it's hard to cut that funding.
Well, when tonight is over, the budget does leave our hands, but the work's not done. Dr. Arlotto will be meeting with the county council, the county executive, with the representatives, and it's up to us to, whatever budget we pass.
Well, I guess it goes back to my question, a specific letter about the salaries.
Excuse me?
Could we pin a letter about the salaries to the county council?
About the salaries. So then the board has to vote that is the priority over adding school, whatever else is in the budget. So that would have to be a board decision. Again, I think I would certainly hope that we would not be passing a budget that what's in it is not what's our priority. Proceed with that, but let's make sure we've while the so then, because as soon as we have Mr. Cheknovich and his team have work to do to crunch numbers, we won't be actually voting on the budget until we have final numbers. Have we disposed of all amendments? Okay, so 10 minutes. All right. So board members, we are going to take a break, and then we can visit that.
Just make sure. So, is the mic off?
Yep. All right, we are back. And so we have passed a number of amendments. So Mr. Cheknovich, you are going to give us the new budget numbers.
Okay, we'll begin and end with the same number, and then I'll fill in all of the pertinent information in between. So we'll begin with the total, which is essentially what the superintendent's recommendation is, inclusive of the approved adjustments by amendments. So the dollar amount for the operating budget will be as follows: $1,397,730,169. I'll read that again. $1,397,730,169. Now, the details behind that are as follows. In terms of FTEs, we originally started with the superintendent's recommendation of 225.9 FTEs. The net effect of all the amendments, both additive and deductive, was a -5 FTEs. So the budget as proposed for tonight's adoption would have 220.9 FTEs total, 220.9. The cumulative effect of all of the amendments passed tonight added to the budget the following amount: $18,415,775. So again, all of the amendments put together cumulatively and netted against each other created an effect of adding $18,415,775. Therefore, our budgetary increase overall is $82,772,269. So we are asking for $82,772,269 $772,269 more year over year. That's 22 over 21, which is a 6.29% increase. So it's a 6.29% increase. And the last piece of information that we'll provide, because it impacts this ask, is for the county. The amount of dollars that we are asking from the Anne Arundel County government then is $69,877,820. And again, that's an total year-over-year ask of the county of $69,877,820. So again, what you are voting on tonight is to adopt the fiscal year 2022 operating budget as recommended by the superintendent and any approved adjustments by amendments totaling that $1,397,730, $397,730,169.
And that is adding 18,415,000.
Yes, adding 18,415,775. Overall to the budget that was presented earlier this evening from the superintendent.
I'm sorry, I'm looking in my budget book. The superintendent's recommended budget before any amendments was $1,367,000,000. Is that
Right. And then this evening, as we began our presentation, we made you aware that as a result of the governor's actions and the executive's budget, $12,095,500 was added to it. So we started out with that 1.367 number in December. The governor added $12,095,500 to that to get us to where we started out at this evening around 7 or 8 o'clock. And then we added an additional $18,415,775 to get to that new number, which is the number you're going to vote on.
right.
Which is, again, $1,397,730,169. And as we have in all years, we will, once the final vote is taken, we'll clean up all of the exhibits and we'll share them with members of the board and the members of the public on the website and throughout all of our other typical public pronouncement channels.
Okay. So going into tonight, what you presented with us with is the recommended request was $1,379,314,000. I'm sorry, $379,314,394, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so that's that 18.5 million increase. So I'm looking at the board's amended budget being about 1.3% above the superintendent's recommendation. So is there any board discussion or questions on the numbers that have been presented? Shahan?
I just want to thank all the staff and the budget people involved, including everyone in this room before us tonight that helped get us to this point. And for anyone in the county executive's office and or the county council that might be watching at home. People's livelihoods have been really adversely affected by the ongoing pandemic in ways that, in so many ways. And to live and work in this county in a fair amount of the jobs that this school system offers is an incredibly difficult thing to do without roommates and without extraordinary sacrifice. And so you can expect that I will be lobbying hard for all of the wonderful things that we've added to this budget and look for as full of a funding situation as you could possibly muster. And without the people that work in our system, and that includes the teachers and the staff and the food service workers and everyone else, we wouldn't have the school system that we have that we all love and that is so successful in educating our students. So you'll hear from me starting tomorrow, and Godspeed. Yeah.
Any other comments, discussion, Ms. Frank?
I do have some comments. I am a little concerned sending this budget to the county council. You know, when we talked earlier about priorities, I just don't see them here. I mean, I feel like we just asked for the sun, moon, and stars. And I do have concerns sending that. When we look at, when I first started going to PTA meetings, we had 49% of the budget. And now, I mean, I don't know what percentage of the county budget this is going to be, but we were at 53% last year. And we just keep growing and growing and eating up the rest of the county resources. And at what point are we going to say, you know, we have a lower amount of students this year, but we have an $82 million ask over last year. And I did start off the meeting by thanking Dr. Arlotto and letting him know that I thought his budget was reasonable. And I think that it was. There were a couple things that I did look at because I figured there would be some increases to try to offset some of the increases, but we did not act on any decreases and just spent. So I don't think that I can support this budget. Thank you.
Any other comments, discussion? Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you, President Ellis. I do share Ms. Frank's concerns. I came in here probably not thinking to vote for anything. I did like the idea of the decrease that we adopted and turned it into a reprioritization. I think that is most appropriate. And although I did vote for a couple of things here or there, I would just much rather they not be before me. And we all know that, you know, there's an impact of once it's presented, now you've got to actually weigh that as an individual. But I do agree, we've got to, I think, do a little better job of being more prudent and being willing to recognize our available resources versus magic. Magic is great things that happen in classrooms, but magic doesn't grow money and it doesn't change how long staff needs to do things and other stuff. And I just think I am concerned we're starting down a path this year that is not healthy. But I also recognize the need for us to, out of that whole budget, and the addendum that we put in, we still got a lot of things that we do need to support. And whether or not I agree or disagree with all of them, we've got a bunch of kids and employees that are counting on us. And so obviously I support what the board supports ultimately in that regard. I'm going to vote for this very skeptically and may not end up voting for it at the end of the year, at the end of the fiscal year, if it does not demonstrate the responsibility that I think we need to have overall as a county. So the next step is the other folks. So I'll be voting on this tonight, but I'm doing so reluctantly.
Other comments, discussion? I have to somewhat echo the sentiments that have been expressed. I was in the same difficult position last year. I almost did not vote for our budget. I do challenge our board members to reflect and hopefully work harder next year on making choices. I made some, for me personally, some very tough choices tonight. But in the end, we are asking for the sun and the stars and the moon. But they are all extremely important aspects of educating children. So I do think we all have to remember that. These, I don't think we were asking for superfluous things. We're just trying to meet a lot of needs at once. Again, it's not my preferred way to tackle this because, again, our kids are counting on this board to really determine the priorities. But we are here now, and we will be voting. I believe that concludes the comments. Mr. Smith?
I'm sorry, just hearing what everyone else had to say, I thought I would just add my 2 cents. I think this budget, it's a lot of money. It's probably the most amount of money I'm ever going to deal with in my life. I mean, it's truly a task, right, to grasp it, then to pick and choose. But I think in the end, we should all be proud of this budget. Because when I made every vote tonight, I wasn't thinking about the numbers on the page. I was thinking about the faces this impacts. Every student I go to school with, every teacher I've learned from, every staff member I've interacted with, they all made an impact on my life and got me to this position today. And I'm sure you all have similar experiences in your lifetimes, no matter where you went to school. And I think that education is key. I mean, I think you truly get what you pay for. And if you invest in the children, invest in the staff members, you're going to get results and people that are going to provide for Anne Arundel County. I think our motto is, the best place for all. I think this budget, it does that.
Okay. Ms. Howell, we will be voting on the operating budget as amended.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. 7-1, motion passes.
All right. I want to extend the board's appreciation to Dr. Arlotto, to Mr. Cheknovich, Mr. Stansky and everyone involved. Thank you. Please extend our appreciation to all of your staff. And I believe that can, or do I have a
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Consensus. Yeah, so our next general meeting will be March 3rd at noon. Yes.